Hey! Kom maar! Kom op! Goed! Volgende! Hey! Kom maar! Kom op! Goed gedaan! Volgend jaar! Louis! Hey! Kom maar! Hey! Kom op! Goed! Goed daar! Volger! Louis! Hey! Kom op! Kom op! Goed! Goed daar! Volgende!
Distancia.
Hola, futboleros, sean todos bienvenidos a otra nueva transmisión de fútbol y arrancaron las semifinales. ¿Qué partido se nos viene? Agarrate porque se nos va a venir a continuación por la pantalla de Analicemos el show del fútbol. Brasil frente a Perú. Perú buscando el sueño, buscando para meterse a la final de la Copa América 2021. Estamos por la pantalla de Analicemos el show del fútbol. ¿Qué partido se nos viene, futboleros? Impresionante ya la cantidad de likes que va viendo antes que comience la transmisión y queremos más, pero enseguida vamos a tener las formaciones confirmadas, vamos a repasar cómo llega Perú, vamos a repasar cómo llega Brasil, vamos a irnos a la táctica, vamos a irnos al historial, también vamos a ir repasando el estadio el que se va a jugar justamente y va a ser el último partido donde vamos a ver la Copa América. Por supuesto, las semifinales se van a disputar en el día de hoy, faltando un poco para el comienzo del partido. Enseguida abrimos debate con todos ustedes, con cada uno que van a estar los futboleros y futboleras sintonizando. Analicemos el show de fútbol. Yo agarro el micrófono, me pongo cómodo y lo presento a mi compañero y colega para cubrir esta hermosa previa que nos va a dejar realmente un gran partido de fútbol. Perú, con el corazón en la mano, aguantando y quizás dejando afuera a Brasil en una Copa América y en una semifinal. Yo por ahí pienso y miro el panorama y veo que ya Perú se metió en los 4 mejores de la Copa América del ámbito sudamericano y es para aplaudir lo que va haciendo el equipo de Ricardo Gareca, que en el día de hoy ha llegado llegar a una semifinal de la Copa América. Recordemos, esta fue la final del año pasado, se repite en la semifinal, Perú peleando, entrando en el Mundial de Rusia y ahora buscando su sello, buscando dejar afuera un Brasil que parece dar miedo, pero que va a salir con lo mejor para buscar la clasificación. Bienvenido compañero, bienvenido colega a la gran transmisión de Analicemos, sí, el show del fútbol.
你发誓是大概谁的牌？
ভুলে গেছে ওস্তাদ।
Hey!
কেমনটা লাগে ব্যালেন্স শেষ, পেটটা বলেছে কান মই উপায় নাই। অহরে নদীর ভিতরে আমি রিচার্জ করি কেমনে? ওস্তাদ, আপনার নগদ আছে না? আরে নগদে তো ক্যাশ আউট করি। নগদে রিচার্জও করা যায়? আপনি জানেন না? ওই বেটা আসতে কো পাবলিক শুনবো। পাবলিক আর নতুন করে কি শুনবো? সারা দুনিয়া জানে নগদে মোবাইল রিচার্জ ছাড়া। ওইসে তুই এদিকে আয়। বুঝা কেমনে কি করুন বুঝা।
নগদে সেরা রিচার্জ অফার ছাড়াও আরো সবকিছুতে শুধু লাভই লাভ।
ওস্তাদ নগদে তো আছে, তাইলে বতে না ওস্তাদ, বতে বেশি করে ব্যবহার করলে লতে লাভ বেশি, বেশি নগদে বেশি লাভ।
It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. We have the first semi-final of Euro 2020. Tobacco as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. To listen to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. first semi-final of Euro 2020 to crackle, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for the final between also. So to make sure you can join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July, just listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. First semi-final.
Hey!
With the centre-backs camp, and sources said to be close to the deal say that things have advanced through the week and a final decision is expected in the coming days. Rugby Union now, and Alan Wynne-Jones has told Warren Gatland he is optimistic of making what is described as a miracle recovery in time for the British and Irish Lions Test Series against South Africa. Wales captain Jones was forced to drop out of the squad after dislocating his shoulder in Saturday's 28-10 victory over Japan at Murrayfield. Ireland scrum half Conor Murray took on the mantle of Lions captain from Jones, with Wales' second row Adam Beard called up in his place. But Jones has now been told by specialists that the injury may not be as bad as first feared, and Gatland has suggested that the 35-year-old could potentially join up with the squad in the latter stages of the series. Tennis now, an 18-year-old British wildcard, Emma Raducanu, stunned former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova in straight sets to reach the third round of Wimbledon late on Thursday evening. Raducanu, who finished at A-levels just 2 months ago, won 6-2, 6-4. Ranked 338th in the world, she will next face Sorona Cîrstea after the Romanian defeated Victoria Azarenka. Raducanu is making her Grand Slam debut. These your latest sports headlines. United reportedly want to sign Dominic Calvert-Lewin this summer. The Red Devils are on the hunt for a new striker as a long-term number 9 replacement for Romelu Lukaku, and are said to have identified the Everton frontman as their ideal candidate. The 24-year-old enjoyed the best season of his career in 2020-21 with 21 goals in 39 appearances, resulted in him being crowned the top each player of the year. United legend Rio Ferdinand believes his old club should target a player he calls fantastic, and says he would prefer him over other transfer targets such as Harry Kane and Erling Braut Haaland. Staying with football news, and Paris Saint-Germain are said to be in advanced negotiations to sign Sergio Ramos on a free transfer after the defender's Real Madrid contract expired on Wednesday. Ramos announced last month that he would leave Madrid after failing to reach an agreement to extend his 16-year stay in the Spanish capital. It was suggested on Monday that PSG had intensified talks with the centre-back's camp, and sources said to be close to the deal said that things have advanced through the week and a final decision is expected in the coming days. Rugby Union now, and Alan Wynne-Jones has told Warren Gatland he is optimistic of making what is described as a miracle recovery in time for the British and Irish Lions Test Series against South Africa. Wales captain Jones was forced to drop out of the squad after dislocating his shoulder in Saturday's 28-10 victory over Japan at Murrayfield. Ireland scrum half Conor Murray took on the mantle of Lions captain from Jones, with Wales second row Adam Beard called up in his place. But Jones has now been told by specialists that the injury may not be as bad as first feared, and Gatland has suggested that the 35-year-old could potentially join up with the squad in the latter stages of the series. Tennis now, an 18-year-old British wildcard Emma Raducanu stunned former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova in straight sets to reach the third round of Wimbledon late on Thursday evening. Raducanu, who finished at A-levels just 2 months ago, won 6-2, 6-4. Ranked 338th in the world, she will next face Sorona Cîrstea after the Romanian defeated Victoria Azarenka. Raducanu is making her Grand Slam debut, having only made her maiden appearance on the WTA Tour in June. On to Friday's player, Novak Djokovic, Dan Evans and Andy Murray are all in action in the men's draw, while former champion Gabi Muguruza is one of those set to take the court in the ladies. Finally to athletics, and ahead of the Olympics, Norway's Karsten Warholm ran at 46.70 seconds to set a new men's 400-metre hurdles world record in front of his home crowd at the Diamond League meeting in Oslo. Please your lips.
Hey! Kom maar! Kom op! Goed! Volgend jaar!
Here is against South Africa. Wales captain Jones was forced to drop out of the squad after dislocating his shoulder in Saturday's 28-10 victory over Japan at Murrayfield. Ireland scrum half Conor Murray took on the mantle of Lions captain from Jones, with Wales' second row Adam Beard called up in his place. But Jones has now been told by specialists that the injury may not be as bad as first feared, and Gatland has suggested that the 35-year-old could potentially join up with the squad in the latter stages of the series. Tennis now, an 18-year-old British wildcard, Emma Raducanu, stunned former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova in straight sets to reach the third round of Wimbledon late on Thursday evening. Raducanu, who finished at A-level just 2 months ago, won 6-2, 6-4. Ranked 338th in the world, she will next face Sorona Cîrstea after the Romanian defeated Victoria Azarenka. Raducanu is making her grand. Your latest sports headlines, I'm Jack Ogilvie. First up, Manchester United reportedly want to sign Dominic Calvert-Lewin this summer. The Red Devils are on the hunt for a new striker as a long-term number 9 replacement for Romelu Lukaku, and have said they've identified the Everton frontman as their ideal candidate. The 24-year-old enjoyed the best season of his career in 2020-21 with 21 goals in 39 appearances, resulting in him being crowned the Toffees Player of the Year. United legend Rio Ferdinand believes his old club should target a player he calls fantastic, and says he'll prefer him over other transfer targets such as Harry Kane and Erling Braut Haaland. Staying with football news, and Paris Saint-Germain are said to be in advanced negotiations to sign Sergio Ramos on a free transfer after the defender's Real Madrid contract expired on Wednesday. Ramos announced last month that he would leave Madrid after failing to reach an agreement to extend his 16-year stay in the Spanish capital. It was suggested on Monday that PSG had intensified talks with the centre-back's camp, and sources said to be close to the deal say that things have advanced through the week and a final decision is expected in the coming days. Rugby Union now, and Alan Wynne-Jones has told Warren Gatland he is optimistic of making what is described as a miracle recovery in time for the British and Irish Lions Test Series against South Africa. Wales captain Jones was forced to drop out of the squad after dislocating his shoulder in Saturday's 28-10 victory over Japan at Murrayfield. Ireland scrum half Conor Murray took on the mantle of Lions captain from Jones, with Wales second row Adam Beard called up in his place. But Jones has now been told by specialists that the injury may not be as bad as first feared, and Gatland has suggested that the 35-year-old could potentially join up with the squad in the latter stages of the series. Tennis now, an 18-year-old British wildcard Emma Raducanu stunned former French Open finalist Marketa Vondrousova in straight sets to reach the third round of Wimbledon late on Thursday evening. Raducanu, who finished her A-levels just 2 months ago, won 6-2, 6-4. Ranked 338th in the world, she will next face Sorona Cestaya after the Romanian defeated Victoria Azarenka. Raducanu is making her Grand Slam debut, having only made her maiden appearance on the WTA Tour in June. On to Friday's player, Novak Djokovic, Dan Evans and Andy Murray are all in action in the men's draw, while former champion Gabi Muguruza is one of those set to take the court in the ladies.
To the next round of action coming up here on this. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. First semi-final of Euro 2020 to bracket as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley at the same time. The final between also. So to make sure you can join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July, when you'll be able to listen to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Do check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. We have the first semi-final of Euro 2020 to Braca, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. It's listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July, when we have the first semi-final of Euro 2020 to Braca, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. Listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. We have the first.
Here are your latest Chelsea headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. We'll start with comments from Mason Mann, the Chelsea and England star who's currently impressive for his country at Euro 2020, ahead of a big semi-final against Denmark on Wednesday at Wembley. Mans is hoping to keep his place in Gareth Southgate's side, and he said that it's the group togetherness and the squad harmony that is leading England to glory, hopefully, this summer. He said you can see the passion in the group, the togetherness and the desire that we have to succeed, to keep playing well and to win games. The togetherness that we have, he said, is going to take the squad really far away, and to keep us in the race in the England side of the Chelsea about another loan move from French international midfielder Timo finishing short pressed in Italy last season. Is thought to be keen on staying put. While Chelsea have confirmed that some fixtures have been television coverage. 3 games in total have been switched due to television coverage. The match at Stamford Bridge against Aston Villa Saturday, September 11th, live at 5:30. Sky Sports. The date is subject to change. Chelsea's clash with champions Manchester City and kick off at 12:30 Saturday, September 25th. Shown by BT Sports. That's all for now. We'll have a later. Very latest Chelsea headlines. Chelsea headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. We'll start with comments from Chelsea and the England star who's semi-final against Denmark on Wednesday at Wembley. Manchester hoping to keep his place in Gareth Southgate's side. Said that it's the group togetherness and the squad harmony that is leading England to glory this summer. He said you can see the passion of the group, the togetherness and the desire that we have to succeed, to keep playing well and to win games. With that togetherness that we have, he said, it's going to take us hopefully a long way.
Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. There's the semi-final of Euro 2020. As well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. Listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. It's the semi-final of Euro 2020. As well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. Listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. First semi-final of Euro 2020 to Bracker, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. Listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action. coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. We have the first semi-final of Euro 2020. It's a cracker, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. You're listening to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. You check out those in-play odds as well. Looking into the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July. The first semi-final of Euro 2020. It's a cracker, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. When you'll be able to listen to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Do check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action coming up here on this service, and it will be on Tuesday the 6th of July when we have the first semi-final of Euro 2020. It's a cracker, as well as Italy take on Spain at Wembley. Both sides vying for a spot in the final, which will also be hosted at Wembley. So do make sure you come and join us here on this service on Tuesday the 6th of July. You'll be able to listen to commentary of that semi-final clash. It's Italy against Spain. Do check out those in-play odds as well. Looking ahead to the next round of action.
Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia. The latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia. The latter struggling. Every game they've played, they've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. Doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia. The latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they'll be doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia. The latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they'll be doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago. Approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team, Oyarzabal, Olmo. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. They're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes 3 changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But They're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes three changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. And they take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. They're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes three changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. Take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes three changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. They take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes three changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. Take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. They beat Slovakia 5-0 a couple of weeks ago and needed extra time to beat Croatia and penalties to beat Switzerland. But they're doing all they can to beat the Azzurri in London. As for the team news, Italy make just one change. It's forced as Emerson replaces the injured Leonardo Spinazzola after he ruptured a Achilles tendon last time out. And as for Spain, Luis Enrique makes three changes. It's no Morata, Pau Torres or Pablo Sarabia, the latter struggling with a knock himself. Into the team come Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia. The game at Wembley starts at 8 o'clock. Kickoff fast approaching in the first Euro 2020 semi-final. The game from Wembley as Italy take on Spain. The Italians have been one of the teams of the tournament so far. They've managed to win every game they've played. They've beat the likes of Turkey, Switzerland, Wales, Austria, albeit an extra time, and Belgium. Take on Spain, who have slowly warmed up to the tournament and come through each game as a little bit stronger. As for Spain, it's 3 changes. Oyarzabal, Olmo and Garcia come in for Morata, Pau Torres and Pablo Sarabia. So Italy, I guess, Bobby, have been the team that's... pre-tournament, their form was spectacular. There were clean sheets. They were picking up wins. I think it's 32 matches, isn't it, that they've managed to now avoid defeat. Spain, as I think I said in the preview, slow burners. They've slowly grown into the tournament. What are you expecting tonight?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite a tight contest. The two teams that we've seen throughout the competition that like to enjoy possession, Spain more so than anyone else in the European Championships. They're a team under Luis Enrique that have just dominated the ball, and they have created chances. They maybe haven't necessarily converted them. They've been the beneficiaries of 3 own goals in their favour over the course of the campaign. I haven't been overawed by their performances so far. It is Italy, as you say, the team for me that have really been the standout. 32 matches unbeaten. They've won 13 in a row now, coming into the competition and to this stage that they've won all the games at the Championships, and they just look so solid defensively, don't they, with those 2 veterans at the back still in Bonucci and Chiellini. Spain also keeping a pretty tight ship, but that's more so due to the fact that they just don't give the ball away, and that denies the opponents the opportunity to score goals. So I can see it being quite a tight contest.
Yeah, I think it's a great point you make about Spain sort of suffocating the opposition. It's probably the first time that Italy will experience that. Yes, they played Belgium, who are the world's ranked #1 team, but they're not well known for totally dominating games. They have allowed others into a little patch of form, and Italy will have to try and break them down, have to dispossess them. They've gone with quite a competitive midfield for that, with Barella, Jorginho and Verratti. Verratti's been one of the players of the tournament so far for me. Gone about his work nice and quietly. Is Italy in possession inside their own half? A late challenge on Bonucci. I'll bring you the teams now in full. It is Donnarumma in goal for Italy. It's Emerson, Chiellini, Bonucci and Di Lorenzo. Midfield 3 of Verratti, Jorginho and Barella. It's Insigne, Immobile and Chiesa up front as a front 3. We know that they'll drop back as makeshift wingers as well. And as for Spain, is Simon, Azpilicueta, Garcia, Laborde and Alba. In midfield it's Goge, Busquets and Pedri. Up front it is Torres, Oyarzabal and Olmo. Bit of a disappointment to see Sarabia not able to play tonight. In terms of the starting 11, he's been one of the picks of their players in recent weeks, but Italy now piling forward. It is with Emerson, who will try and ping the ball down the line towards Chiesa. It looked like he was potentially offside. He's rounded the keeper. Flag stays down for now, into an attacking position. He's going to go for goal. Far corner, it's hit the post. It's a beautiful curling effort, and I think the flag has finally come up. It's the worst rule, surely, in the modern game at the moment in terms of allowing play to go on. He gets everyone excited. Everybody believes that he's onside. He's well off, Bobby, and they allow him to go all the way to goal. He even stopped and stared before having a goal. I think it's Barella that's gone for goal. But yeah, we know the rule's a bit ridiculous, but in terms of the play, it was fantastic work from him.
Yeah, it was a good run. I think if that ball had gone earlier from Emerson, the opportunity would have been there for Barella, and he would have actually been able to take it in a better spot. He was offside, he had to stop, and then the ball wasn't great, and still managed to get that shot away eventually and come off the woodwork. But that was far too easy for Italy to say. If the ball had been released earlier, just that late runner from midfield, no one had really tracked him, and if they click and get that timing right, Italy, then they'll carve Spain apart. So that's a very early warning sign for Luis Enrique's men. No surprise that he's out on the touchline here. We see him already barking out the orders and trying to orchestrate things. We won't be too pleased with how simple that was for Italy.
Yeah, it's a fine observation. Just to look across, I was looking at the team notes, then just trying to see the formation, and looked up at Enrique, and he is rather passionate as the offside flag comes up a bit early this time to stop latest Italy attack. And I think it was a point Bobby made in the first minute and a half about Spain dominating possession. I've been quite impressed by how Italy seemed to be really taking the game to them tonight. And I do wonder what that does to Spain. They haven't really played a team that I would say is better than them in terms of a starting 11. I know Croatia have got a good team, but I think every other side have been a bit inferior to Spain, and they've managed to outmuscle them and dominate them eventually over the 90 minutes. Here is Chiesa coming through midfield for Italy. He's stopped in his tracks, and actually Spain have managed to work a counter-attacking opportunity for the first time. They can now stretch the Azzurri defence. On the left-hand side they've got the ball, little switch inside, and it was looking for Olmo, and it couldn't find his run. It's interesting to see on the team sheet Oyarzabal was down as the centre of the front 3, but he's more of a winger. And looking there, I think it was Torres, Bobby, that was the man through the middle. But pace-wise, that was quite an alarming attack for Spain, Italy looked a little stretched.
Yeah, and I think that's one way you can get at this Italy side, isn't it? If there is some space in behind, then they're definitely vulnerable. We talk about Bonucci and Chiellini and how good they are, the two veteran defenders. They know each other's games inside out and know when one can go and the other can stay, and who's marking the communication is fantastic. But if you've got pace and they do just creep up the field and leave a bit of a gap in behind, that's when you can really take advantage with a nice ball and a little bit of pace to try and get in through on goal. But they don't often give you that opportunity. They read the game so well, despite the lack of mobility and pace that they've got. They're often in the right position to deal with danger.
Yeah, the attack in Spain yet again down the left-hand side. It was Torres that was the first marker. First player towards the ball. He was marked tightly by Bonucci, who gets the ball away, and Chiesa tries to go down the right-hand side. He's full of running so far tonight, the Italian wide man. Often his own downfall, though, kicking it a bit too far in front of himself on the last couple of occasions, but great to see so much spirit about his play. Spain, for the first time, get a little breather on the ball in midfield and try and bring it into a decent attacking position. It was Pedri that was trying to dictate there. Now it's with an important left centre half. Alba, with the ball through the middle of the midfield, like threading it through a gap. And again, they're under pressure, Spain, though, and very intense bit of work that from Italy's midfield, because straight away they managed to create half a chance out of nothing just by quite simply turning up the heat defensively. Now putting Azpilicueta under pressure, the block comes in, his clearance is turned the wrong way, and a second time of asking Garcia hooks it wide. That should be an Italian throw, and very effective that, Bobby. Just a simple run up, I think it was from actually Insigne that turned the tide back in Italy's favour, and all from that they've got a throw.
Yeah, I think we said it from the start, didn't we? Both sides like to enjoy possession. It's good to see that both teams as well, without the ball, are looking to press. They're trying to win the ball high up the field. They're not just sitting back into a shape and allowing the opposition to settle into a rhythm and creep up the field. Both teams are getting forwards, trying to close down and force a mistake, and we've seen both sides give away possession because of that. I think it's one of the big advantages as neutrals of the semi-finals and final being played at Wembley, that we've seen some games in the competition across in Europe on the mainland of Europe where it's been really hot. Teams haven't been able to play at a high tempo throughout with the pressing game, but at Wembley it could have been played in Budapest at one point. That was the talk, and you feel in 30-degree heat we might not see this type of running, but at Wembley there'll be lots of endeavour, lots of effort, and they should be able to sustain it throughout.
Fingers crossed. Of course, it could be potentially a long night. It's so much riding on this game that it could be decided by a mistake at the back from out these two teams. Pressure, I'm sure, will get to them throughout the 90 minutes as Oyarzabal gets the ball on the left boot, kicks it inside. Here is Pedri, switches the play towards Alba, who's got one man behind him. He pings the ball in early, and Bonucci rather carefully just places his foot through the ball and clears the ball towards halfway. Busquets now in possession. Wanted an advancing run, didn't get one. Spain keep the ball, and just slowly but surely they're starting to win a bit more of this ball in near the halfway line and try and put Italy on the back foot. Azpilicueta, Insigne trying to force him inside. He does that, but only Spain keeping the ball. Although this front three of Spain's pretty much all false nines in a way, you can all mix it up a little bit. So for marking, it's quite important for Italy. I'm sure those two stalwarts at centre half won't be going walkabouts too often. Here is Torres down the left hand side with Pedri. Spain looking confident on the ball. They get to it though, and Chiesa and Barella come across. It is Barella that gets there first. He now manages to try and find a little bit of space to clear, but he's run straight back into trouble. He's having a nibble down the back of Torres' legs, and he's going to turn back towards halfway where Laporte, good 15 yards inside the half. Busquets switching one way then the other. Still 0-0 between Italy and Spain. Here is Spain again. It's a heavy touch. Verratti pounces, so does Chiesa again, but luckily for Spain they get the ricochet and it goes the opposite direction. A couple of players in back play still struggling with injury for either side as again Spain get the ball back with Koke, switches it wide to Oyarzabal. He's got Olmo in the box. He goes to try and divert it across the face of goal towards Torres. Takes a wicked deflection and out of play, but now we're seeing what Spain can do in close quarters. I think tactically, Bobby, it's a great watch. I know we've yet to see either keeper make a save, but I'm just enjoying watching two high quality teams go at it.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen either of the two teams have a sustained period of possession and some good pressure, and that came about because, having just said that neither team was sitting back and allowing the other to settle in, Italy went and did just that. They got back into a shape in their own half. They were looking to try and protect themselves, and I suppose it worked to a point, because although Spain had some decent possession and did creep forwards, they never quite managed to get inside the opposition box. That challenge came in just when it was required to keep them at bay. So Italy maybe just for a moment now allowing Spain to grow into this game, but when they do see those opportunities, then they're still trying to force the mistake.
Yeah, so far so good for Spain. These last little moves, Bobby was just giving us his thoughts. We'll give you an update of what we've seen so far once this attack comes to a close, and they actually go all the way back towards Garcia at centre half. Good goalless between Italy and Spain, and the best chance of the game fell to Italy, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The offside flag denied Barea after a long but bursting run through the middle of the park. He was picked out by Emerson, whose pass was well weighted, but it should have gone a little bit earlier. Barea managed to turn, keep his composure before hook the ball towards the far corner. It hit the post, but the flag eventually came up to deny him. Spain have since dominated possession in the last 3 or 4 minutes. They've managed to get down the flanks, and the front three has been really fluid as they try to evade this Italian defence. But so far 0-0, but still an interesting match between the two sides.
Seen an instant here that saw Dani Olmo lose his boot as he tried to ride a tackle. He did manage to get possession away to his teammate, and has just asked the referee now as the ball has gone out into touch to delay the restart momentarily as he puts his boot back on. And we are underway again with Italy taking the throw, but they're giving away possession immediately. Spain in their all white now start to creep on forwards. That's a lovely ball into the box, miscontrolled by Oyarzabal, and Italy will be able to play their way out through Emerson and Insigne, whose ball sees it recovered by Spain, and they'll have it back on the halfway line. That was the first time that Spain have really got into a meaningful area. I think Italy stepping out of defence and just gone that little bit too late and played Oyarzabal onside. The flag certainly didn't seem to go up. Now they're building again with Azpilicueta coming down the right-hand side. Chelsea skipper, who's familiar with his surroundings at Wembley. He's been here on more than a few occasions. Drops it back into defence, this time with Barcelona-bound Eric Garcia turning on the ball, and now out right-hand side with Azpilicueta once again. Spain slow it down as they retreat to the halfway line.
Yeah, I just thought it was a good point you made about the poor touch, because I think that's what everyone's mentioned as being Spain's Achilles heel. If they had a number 9 that's got some real qualities to break off, because Bonucci has to do some defending, and it's going to be a goal kick, much to almost discussed. But if that touch is better from Oyarzabal, Bobby, he's one-on-one with the keeper. He's played in it. It was a great pass, wasn't it, through the middle of the park. 2 great balls, in all fairness to them. They've carved them open. He's onside as well. Emerson's slow to get up. And that touch, take it out of your stride. It's a decent first touch if you can make it, and then you've got a chance to shoot past Donnarumma in goal. But that for me is perhaps suggesting why he's not a number 9, is he, by trade? He's more of a winger, and it could potentially be the difference tonight. Yes, they've had lots of the ball, they've had it throughout the season. I was saying to you earlier before we came on air about they've dominated every underlying statistic all tournament in terms of, will it be possession, advances, all the attacking stats. Spain are well and truly clear. They let themselves down though when it comes to that the most important bit, which some of our members of our office that don't like the stats would say that it's irrelevant unless they can put the ball in the back of the net, which over the course of the tournament they have struggled with. Italy, though, give the ball away. Now a chance for Spain to attack. Torres, beautiful touch, goes for goal, right-footed. He's dragged it wide, but in terms of the close control from Ferran Torres, that was superb after a mistake in midfield from Barella, and eventually he managed to get away with it. But that's where Spain needs to be punishing them for me, because they are going to be wasteful in front of goal, in front of the 6-yard box, the edge of the D. On the edge of the box. I'd like to think he should get that a little bit close. I'm not saying he has to score, Bobby, but he's not under immense amounts of pressure. He gets a full strike away there. It's
a poor shot, isn't it? He'd done really well initially. Great footwork from Torres, just sort of shuffled it from one foot to the other, bought himself that half yard, then he's got to pick his spot, and he just drills it low and hard and scuffs it wide of the goal, really. A lack of technique that was required and composure when he gets into that position in the final third. But I think, having felt the opening 5-6 minutes or so were quite even, both sides had their little periods of possession and were creeping down the field without much end product. We've just seen maybe now the last sort of 8-9 minutes that it is Spain really getting a grip of proceedings.
Yeah, they are. They're coming forward again. They've managed to switch the ball wide. Ferran Torres has been playing into a bit of a poorer position. It wasn't played in front of him. He had to go sideways to retrieve it. He now plays a 1-2 with Alba. That's not a bad idea, and Alba's got the arms up in the air in a round of applause for his counterpart down the left-hand side, because he knew that that pass was on. He's trying to go for it. He's trying to get his teammate into that area. Sadly for Spain, it wasn't to be, but we've just seen a couple of the replays from the TV providers, a few flicks from Dani Olmo. You can see they're growing into this game. Just as Bobby mentioned a few moments ago, just how determined they've been. Last 6-7 minutes it has been. Spain, certainly through the middle, in fact, I've been quite surprised at the amount of room they've got in there with a 4-3-3 from Italy. That is an area that has surprised me as Chiellini goes long. I can't remember the last time an Italy pass forward went towards Ciro Immobile, Bobby, and he stuck to his feet.
No, they've just not been able to give him any service in this game so far, and you rightly point out the midfield battle at the moment is being won by Spain, isn't it? I think it's down to the fact that they're playing that false nine today. It means that one of the attackers is also dropping into that midfield. It's almost becoming a 4 at times, a bit of a diamond. Busquets at the bottom of it, Koke and Pedri then getting help from either Torres or Olmo that comes in to offer themselves up, so that they're getting that slight overload, and at the moment Italy just aren't managing to cope with it.
At the moment, but still lots of time to go, and they had to show real fight against Belgium, Roberto Mancini's team, as Berea has just managed to challenge with Busquets. Was a card given for that challenge?
It looked as though the arm went up from the referee.
I was going to say, I think that was a bit of a dive, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd guess it was Busquets. I didn't actually see it shown to him. I just saw the referee put his arm up. Whether he was waving away appeals, I'm not too sure, but we'll wait for some confirmation of that. Yeah,
Busquets was the man that made the challenge, so we will get confirmation as soon as possible. Spain have got a very high line here. Italy try and dink the ball over the top. It's not the worst pass either, and off comes off his line comes Simon, and he had to be quick there because that wasn't a bad ball into the box. Spain have tried to make it very difficult, which I think is great tactically. I know if the ball's in a different position later on in this game, Bobby, they can't do that high line, but it sort of takes out Chiellini and Bonucci's main threat, which is pure power. And now Spain on the attack again straight away. They do have a back four back in position though. A good block from Jorginho, but it only goes behind for a corner. And I've been again alarmed by the pace of this Spain attack. And Torres, the man that has led the charge so far down the left wing for Spain. Both Spain midfielders are making their way over to the corner flag. Busquets, Azpilicueta, Garcia, Laporte, and who's the next one? It's Olmo that's in the box for Spain. This in theory is where you'd think Italy win the tail of the tape in terms of set piece. They've got the more experienced defenders, but what can Spain do here? Ball into the box, it's headed away by Bonucci. It's a good header as well. It's nearly going to make its way out for a throw on the far side of the pitch. And Italy will block off Pedri's route down the line and make him go backwards, and that's better from Italy, forcing the ball backward. They had a three-pronged attack, cutting off the space. And I think what you mentioned earlier about the lack of ball retention. You mentioned it was struggling to stick up front, but if it is going to struggle to stick, they're at least trying to force it the other way, and that's a bit more of what we saw in the first 5 minutes.
It is. You've got to at least put the pressure on and try to win it back, whether that's by actually making a tackle or forcing someone under a bit of unwanted pressure so they make a rash decision and give possession away cheaply. And stop this onslaught, as it were. That there've not been those clear-cut chances just yet, but the longer that Spain go on with the ball, you feel that they might start to carve out some more openings that could become slightly more testing.
Yeah, Olmo has a quick pull of the shirt on Verratti, who has a little nibble down the back of the ankle as well. He might have to be careful here. The referee's actually pointed back to Olmo for where he gave away the original foul. The second one, I think, was actually worse than the first. Lost control of it, got a bit excited, just a simple pull on the shirt, but the second's a little bit more cynical, and he might have helped out Busquets because he was the man that actually body checked Verratti to the floor. So Italy get the free kick near halfway. Here is Chiellini, Emerson, and ball in towards Insigne. Now Emerson's on his way down the left hand side. The keeper's come off his line. Simple ball inside to Immobile. Can he square it? Italy are queuing up at the far post. Barella, still they can't pull the trigger, and they've been let down. The keeper has really committed himself earlier. Challenge from behind from Verratti. Spain will get the free kick, and well, I think you can hear Bobby's thoughts down the other side of the headset, because why on earth have they not moved that ball quicker? And first of all, well done to Emerson to get where he got to, but what on earth is the goalkeeper doing?
Yeah, he comes out, doesn't he, and thinks he can beat Emerson in the foot race. He was very mistaken in that thought, and then it's good defensive work from Spain in the end. A real fine recovery, I think, to get their goalkeeper out of a real sticky situation. When that ball came across to Immobile, he had his back to goal, and he couldn't really swivel one way or the other. Tried to lay it off into a teammate, and Barella, he couldn't get the clean shot away either. It was Busquets and Azpilicueta who were in close quarters with him, so great work to sort themselves out eventually, but that was again far too easy for Italy. Like we said in the opening few minutes, when they just mistimed that pass through to Barella and he was offside. This time they were onside, a swift 1-2 between Insigne and Emerson, and they were in behind and big spaces there to expose. We said earlier that Spain haven't conceded much in this competition just because they haven't played top opposition. They haven't come up against a side that can hurt them, and they just dominate possession. But in parts today, when they have been forced into mistakes and given away.
Normal time with penalties is the last bit of research is pretty embarrassing, but yet they then went and won the shootout, which makes even less sense that when the pressure's even more intense, they seem to stand up and be counted. But have got a great record in this competition in recent years. So experience as a country is, I'm sure, a pretty relaxed one. They'll fancy their chances once they've got to this stage of the competition, that they'll know their coach is experienced as well. Same can be said from the man in the opposite dugout as Italy come down this left-hand side with Verratti. Emerson, who's not out of sorts just yet, despite coming into the fold after, as you said earlier, like a first-team football, and Giorgino Chiellini, he's played a simple pass. Chiesa puts the thumbs up in response. He should maybe try and give his teammates a bit of a lift. Both managers on the edge of their technical area, desperate to give out instructions, and it stands still goalless. Spain and Italy can still not be separated on the scoreline at present, but we have had a chance of a piece, should I say, at either end. The first one fell to Ferran Torres, who shot wide from the edge of the box, dragged it a little bit when he was looking for the far corner. Donnarumma just able to watch it past his post. Then the better chance in terms of momentum, Italy's first real opportunity, which of course the first one got disallowed for offside. This one was a quick counter-attack on the left-hand side. The ball played down the left. Emerson beat the keeper Simon to the ball, cut the ball inside to Immobile, who tried to play in Barella. Instead of shooting first time or trying to go with a second touch and a shot, he waited that split second, and Azpilicueta and Busquets got to him and managed to stop him in his tracks. So that's the chances so far. It's still Italy 0, Spain 0.
Spain coming down the left-hand side there with Alba clipping it infield onto the chest of La Liga title winner Koke. The Atletico Madrid man helps it further wide to the Champions League winner Cesar Azpilicueta. Now Busquets, the skipper for Spain, he's muscled off the ball. He wanted the free kick, as did his compatriot. Felix Brick not feeling there was too much going there. Spain have recovered possession further back down the field, and now it's swung forwards and laid off in towards Ferran Torres, edge of the box. Yathbal and tries to flick it into the area, and it will bounce all the way through to Gianluigi Donnarumma, who just puts his hand up as if to urge a little bit of calm from his defenders. Been under a great deal of pressure and massively stretched, but he does just want to maybe slow the game down a little bit more and allow his players further down the field to get into a shape. They've given away possession again now, Italy. Pedri will slide it into the box, or Yathbal can't turn on it, and there's Olmo with the shot saved down to the right-hand side of Donnarumma. It'll be cleared away downfield, where Spain once more will have it again, and they look to come forward, but Verratti nicks it off the toes of Koke, and it's Italy's opportunity to try and break on the counter. And on the right-hand side with Chiesa, he will just slow it down go back into his own half, but by far and away the best chance of the game there.
Yeah, good reactions from the keeper. It was, of course, the first one was blocked a little bit, and a bit worrying for me again in that situation how much joy Spain have got through the middle. I'd thought their joy would have come in down the flanks and balls whipped across, but they seem to have managed to get a bit too much space for my liking from an Italian point of view, and eventually they had their keeper to bail them out. And there's a lot of players on one of the benches tonight going ballistic at something that's just happened in play, which I don't know what the problem is, but in fairness to Donnarumma, who made the save, it was his fault for the pass, Bobby, which gave him the ball back. Yeah,
he'd given it away really cheaply, having asked his teammates just to show a bit of calm a moment before. He was then rash with the clearance downfield and put it straight into Spain possession. A free kick here now for Spain, deep inside their own half, as Immobile has run into Aymeric Laporte. Hands back the camera as we bring you independent off-tube studio commentary to Gianluigi Donnarumma, apologising to his teammates still. Did get them out of trouble with a fine save. Number one for Italy nowadays, with Gianluigi Buffon, the long-term number one. That is the long-term future you feel between the sticks for Italy. Turning up well there, using his big frame to get down and deny Oyarzabal. He's got the ball back at his feet now, Donnarumma. He's just assessing his options. The left-hand side he's got Chiellini, and he likes to go right through the middle, and again he's giving it away on the halfway line. Spain can move it into the feet of Olmo, tries to skip past a challenge. He goes down, the ball scrambles through to Donnarumma. RB Leipzig's Olmo a couple of times now has complained to the referee. Did look a clumsy challenge. I could see on another day it would go in the direction of the attacker.
Yeah, I actually think that was something to have another second look at. I thought it was a little bit clumsy, to be honest, and I'm sure replays will get a couple of angles at it to have another look. But yeah, I don't think we could have moaned too much from an Italian defensive point of view if that had been given the other way.
This is the 7th meeting between these two sides at the European Championships. He managed to once inside 90 minutes in those 7 previous meetings. It's looking good for them so far. No goals to show. It is Italy 0, Spain 0, but Morocco certainly the side that appear to be on top so far in this game. They've just won another free kick as Ferran Torres managed to keep the ball in play. Then he was trying to get away from the attentions of Giovanni Di Lorenzo. A couple of nibbles at the Manchester City man before eventually bringing it tumbling down to the Wembley surface. Spain have taken the free kick and gone all the way back to their goalkeeper Unai Simon. Mistakes made at the other end by Donnarumma. Simon has been no stranger to them himself in this competition, most notably the howler of an own goal he conceded against Croatia. Dramatic last 16 tie. Forced to extra time before coming through 5-3. Clearance downfield has gone all the way through to Donnarumma in all yellow this evening. Now the skipper Chiellini, head up, looking for a pass out wide, and he has managed to find a teammate in the shape of Chiesa. Back to Di Lorenzo, clips one over the top looking for the midfielder Barea, but it's just gone beyond him and will go all the way through to Simon. And they just look as though they're forcing it a little bit too much. It was actually Immobile rather than Barea they were seeking out there, but they're looking for these long balls downfield as if almost already Italy don't believe they've got the ability to play through Spain.
Yeah, 2 things I've just noted down, Bobby, on a piece of paper was to discuss with you was I think Olmo has been brilliant, by the way, so far in that false 9-year-old movement-wise. He's doing the exact opposite to what the Italian players are doing, dropping short, linking play. And then the next thought I was going to say was I think Spain's defence have been great because they're pushing Italy forward. And then when these long balls that are desperate, as you say, are coming forward, they're 15 yards further back from where they'd like to be. And I think tactically, this is where I love the game because you get so many players at a high level and 2 fantastic coaches that know exactly what they're doing. And it's a case of, can these players with the pressure, with the intensity, keep up the concentration levels, because as the game wears on, they are going to make subs. There's one being lined up here, I think it's Berardi, which I'm disappointed about, as I took him out of my dream team because he was dropped, and yet here he comes, which suggests to me either they're not happy in this game or is Chiesa struggling with an injury.
an eye on that. The camera immediately focuses in on Chiesa, and seems to be moving okay. They're shuffling across as there's a throw to be taken by Spain just in front of him. It's Alba who takes that throw, headed out by Di Lorenzo. Comes back into Spanish possession, but then Chiesa is there to win it, looking to work a 1-2 with Jorginho. Chiesa then does what he's done on several occasions, knocks it out of his feet, can't sprint fast enough to get there ahead of a defender, and you just wonder if that's maybe one of the reasons why Mancini is considering a change. It's right in front of the manager as well, which doesn't help the fact that he's playing on that flank and he keeps losing possession in front of his boss. Certainly that sprint forward suggesting there is no injury that he's carrying. There's going to be a free kick here, by the way, to Italy.
My point was going to be, is it a defensive issue they've got with him then? Because I think a lot of joy they've had has come from Olmo when he peels out there, or Ferran Torres. But I actually thought that first touch was okay, because you saw the raw power and the pace he's got, and you thought, here we go, that's what he's going to bring to the team. That'll be a nightmare. But it's all, well, as you say, it's all great and it's all fancy. But at the end of the day, if the second touch is then giving the ball away, it means nothing how fast you are. And I do wonder if perhaps did they regret that option, because could they have brought Chiesa on when the Spanish players were tired? I'm not sure, but I think it'd be a bit of a shame. At the end of the day, you're in the semi-final. If they think there's a tactical weakness and he doesn't make that change, you regret it for a long time if they don't want to win the game.
Goals have been well spread out in this Spanish side over the course of the competition. Chiesa is a player who has found the back of the net alongside Barella. Those have scored on one occasion. You've got Mobley, Insigne and Locatelli, who have all got 2 goals to their name, alongside Pessina as well. So more so than any other team in the competition, that there's been a fair bit of balance and work rate from players all across the team. But it's Spain coming forward now. Olmo's going to shoot from range, and that one will prove to be a mistake because he had 3 in support there. Italy were backing off. Olmo decided his best route to goal was to take it on himself, and he gets it horribly wrong.
I've got no idea what he's doing. The man over on the right hand side of him is in a great position to just play the ball into his path. He's then got Chiellini on the stretch, and he's got a teammate on the inside. Probably the first thing he's done wrong tonight. He's been, as I said earlier, cursed him because he's been very, very effective so far. And then he goes and does that, which that's what I mean about Spain's. It's all great that Spain have had this possession. They've looked really flashy. They've looked really fearsome at times. The scoreline's still 0-0 as Spain, for the first time in a while, look a little vulnerable from an Italian long ball downfield.
Yeah, that was much better from Donnarumma, who was seeking out the run of Mobley, and in the end, American Laporte managed to hook that ball away ahead of the Italy striker. But it is a throw for the Azzurri on the edge of the Spanish box, or level with the edge of the box. Look to hook it in again. Laporte has to stretch and fine touch, footed. Switching allegiance, of course, to Spain just pre-tournament. Snubbed continuously by France. He decided that he did want to play international football, and it's as though it was the right decision now, with France out of the Euros and Spain at this last 4 stage and firmly in the hunt for a place in Sunday's final, back at Wembley once again. That they've got going in this game, but Italy just showing signs maybe that they're coming back into it. As Immobile finds Insigne in the box, was forced deep there to the byline, then as he looks to swivel, it will go out and behind for the goal kick. Azpilicueta for a moment looked as though he was struggling, but again, it's that experience, isn't it, that comes into play, and he manages to recover well.
Yeah, it's a good ball, that, though. It's got me a little bit excited. I thought we were going to get a decent chance there for Italy, but not to be. But still, something to work on, and a little bit better. And I think if Italy can get to half-time at 0-0, they've done quite well considering some of the pressure they've been under, and Mancini can get his word across as Italy win the ball back out of the pitch again. This is a bit better.
To see that Italy change before the break. We've got just over 10 minutes left to go, and yet to be made. Did definitely see Berardi going out to warm up, and feeling that it is going to be Chiesa, the one to be sacrificed. A reminder as well that we are allowed 5 substitutions in the Euros as opposed to the 3 that we've had in competitions previously, so just give managers I suppose a bit more room to manoeuvre and shuffle things about tactically than they would be used to. We're going to have a free kick here for Spain now, as Philip Brick is going to have a word with Di Lorenzo as well. He's just told him that that's 3 times that he's had to call a halt to proceedings due to his misdemeanours. I think that's going to be his final warning. It's not the worst tackle you'll ever see, but it's just late on Torres.
Yeah, and it's needless, isn't it, in an area of the pitch where, you know, if he picks up a card or anything like that, or he injures him, you know, what's the actual reward? It's not as if he's nearly about to go through on goal. You know, it's a little bit lucky that he didn't catch him too heavily, as we see Spain on the attack again, which next time the ball goes out we can bring an update of what we've seen so far.
Yeah, here we have Koke in possession, back to Busquets, and Azpilicueta will drop it off to the halfway line where Garcia works it across to Laporte. Change in the heart of defence again today. That's an area that I think Luis Enrique hasn't been totally satisfied with, although his side haven't conceded loads of goals. I'm not sure he knows what his best partnership is. Laporte certainly seems to be the one that he trusts, but it's been a rotation between Eric Garcia and Pau Lopez. That will shape up for the final if they get there. Header away here from Di Lorenzo into the feet of Jorginho. Back to his goalkeeper Donnarumma, who can take a touch but now needs to get rid under pressure from Olmo. It's a decent ball out towards the head of Emerson. He finds Insigne and then comes forward to pick up possession, and Italy have got 4 on the attack here as Spain are backing off. It's Emerson who continues to carry. He goes down on the edge of the box with Busquets close by, but the referee again is not interested in giving a free kick. Spain have possession and they will come forward themselves to the halfway line. He's allowed a lot to go tonight, Felix Brick. He has pulled it up, I think, at the right moment. It's those sorts of challenges in and around the box that he's just had no interest in whatsoever. Spain have it again between the two central defenders. To Laporte. Getting on their feet around Wembley as well, with a large number of Spanish and Italian fans in attendance tonight. Around about 60,000 allowed in Wembley for this evening's fixture. It'll be the same tomorrow for the game you can also hear on this service. An 8 PM kickoff between Denmark and England. Look to wait and see what the picture will be for that final come Sunday. Here is Eric Garcia again into the man who will be his teammate from August at Barcelona, Sergio Busquets. And now Aymeric Laporte, left-hand side for another Barcelona man in the shape of Jordi Alba. Back heel down the line. Torres hadn't read it. Clearance away from Italy will find touch.
Still goalless between Italy and Spain, but tactically Italy having some of their little bit of respite and a bit of joy down the left-hand side with Emerson getting forward. He started the game well. It does look like Roberto Mancini's not too happy with Federico Chiesa and his performance. He has sent out Berardi to get warmed up, and hopefully, for Italy's point of view, he can get himself back into form. Spain are trying to push forward on the attack. The only opportunity we've had since you last joined us for an update was Dani Olmo. He managed to get free in the box and fire a shot towards goal. Donnarumma, though, got down to his right-hand side and managed to thwart him. So still goals between two teams that are playing at a high level of football, really quality in certain areas, and as a result, they're just cancelling each other out.
Some replays of that challenge from Busquets on Emerson on the edge of the Spain box, and it was a good one. It was a fair one. He got the ball. He did get the man afterwards, but the ball was won fully and cleanly initially. That's what Felix Brick was happy to see. Another nibble at a Spain player in the shape of Pedri, but eventually then loses the ball, having had a slight advantage allowed in his favour, and Spain win it back on the halfway line. Koke through to Pedri. He's got more ground than anyone else in the Euros so far. He's been a real live wire for the Spanish, and then a shot from Oyarzabal as he puts over the crossbar, and again it comes down to that finishing, that composure in the box. Luis Enrique applauds. He's happy with the work ethic from his side, and I think the way that they are carving out these chances, but it's the same old story for Spain. They just can't put it in the back of the net.
No, it leans back. It's a great position for him again. Here's some of the Spanish crowd taking off their hats and covering their faces, and yeah, that's their issue, isn't it? You do wonder if they had that front three, Bobby, that they had in the 2008 team, and the David Villa's and the Iniestas, just how dangerous this side would be, because they just need somebody in that front three, just one of them, to be able to finish the chances, because they've created so many across the tournament. That wasn't the easiest, but you've got to just take your time and put your body over the ball and try and force a save, because again, this is a team that you're playing that have been clinical in Italy, that are not going to let you miss these chances over and over again.
Wonder wonder if Spain continue to miss these opportunities, or Italy going to make them pay. The Italians have had some good chances themselves, not as regularly as Spain. Another free kick now, this time it's Nicolo Barella who is penalised for catching Sergio Busquets. A couple of players had gone in and he could get the ball. I think it's just the fact that he comes through from behind that maybe gets him in trouble there. There's no card that has come out, and incidentally, by the way, there was no card shown earlier to Sergio Busquets. We just saw the referee raising his arm, as we've just seen once again there, pointing in the direction that the free kick should be awarded in, rather than dipping into his pocket and pulling out a card in the process. Spain, as they have done with all their free kicks so far, are happy to retreat and go back into a defensive area, trying to draw Italy on. Played themselves into trouble, and Insigne can now work it out towards Emerson. Back to the skipper, Chiellini. Italy have currently got every player, barring Donnarumma, inside Spain's half of the field. Often have we seen that in the game so far. Just under 4 minutes left to go of regulation time in this first half. On the right-hand side with Di Lorenzo, midway through the Spanish half. Pass infield deflects off Torres and loops up into the evening sky in the capital, London. Back forwards, but this time Laporte has caught one in the face from Immobile, and the official on the touchline sees that and awards the free kick. Immobile gets a talking to from Felix Brick, but nothing more this time around. There's a shrug of the shoulders. Very dapper looking Roberto Mancini on the touchline, and he's got a big half-time team talk on the horizon. His side did find themselves involved in a testing game against Belgium, but they came through it with flying colours. Tonight hasn't quite been the same story. 5 attempts for Spain so far, 1 on target. Italy, as we see the stats there, not having a single shot on or off target. They did have that one that hit the post, but of course the flag had been raised offside. They've been close. You think back to the opportunity when Simon came out and Emerson got there ahead of him, squared it to Immobile, but quite managed to get the shot away on goal. It's been frustrating when they have managed to get to that final third. Here's Pedri through to Olmo, trying to work the 1-2 that would go all the way through to Donnarumma. But you'd suggest it's going to be a tougher team talk for Roberto Mancini here rather than Luis Enrique, with Italy having to improve.
Yeah, I think it's a great summary really, because for me, if you were Enrique, you'd just say, keep doing what you're doing and just try and calm down in that final third. Whereas for Italy, I expected Italy's midfield to get a little bit more control tonight. I thought with the 3 they've got in there that they'd maybe stifle that Spanish midfield 3, but they're very effective out there. Busquets is just a world-class operator, and what he does, he's shielding that Spanish back 4, which for me is cancelling out the likes of Insigne, because he's probably a bit scared by to drop in and come for the ball, because if he loses to Busquets, they've got nobody out wide to help out. So I think Italy have certainly got the more work to do. But again, as we've seen all tournament, as we've said tonight, Spain haven't taken their chances. But I have been impressed by Emerson's pace. I must admit, he's caused a lot of problems with these quick-fire 1-2s.
Yeah, I was just going to say that myself, as we saw him breaking forward. He's won a free kick. He's come in for Spinazzola tonight. He's been one of the players of the tournament, never mind just one of Italy's top performers, and Emerson has come in, and if anything, he's been one of Italy's biggest threats. He's driven them forward down that left-hand side and found Italy in some decent areas at times. He was pleading his innocence there. I don't quite know what leg he's got to stand on, but really, Brick certainly wasn't having any of it. Italy have taken the free kick short between Chiellini and Verratti. Shuffled across to Di Lorenzo, finds a nice ball forward to Chiesa. Be close to going off at half-time. What we saw on the touchline earlier on was to be believed. Back down out to the right-hand side now with Di Lorenzo, and for Italy it might be a case of just getting through to the break here without conceding. They are now trying to get into a better area with Insigne. He's got Emerson in support, and he will use the Chelsea man, who gets the shot away, and it's gone off the crossbar there. There's appeals that it came off the goalkeeper's hand in the process, but I don't think the officiating team agree, and it looks as though it will just be a goal kick. Replay might clear that up, but again goes back to what we were saying a moment ago, the fact that Emerson has been a real threat, and it's this left-hand side in particular, isn't it? Insigne has also looked good.
Yeah, it has, and it's a very effective partnership that it could be for them. That defender at the back, is it Laporte? He's played him on so much, and doesn't really need to do that. I guess probably worried about Immobile behind him, but yeah, surprisingly, you looked at it, and I'll happily hold my hand up that you looked at the Italian team and you probably said, right, Emerson's the weak link due to his lack of action. I think he's been their best player.
Yeah, he has been restricted to just 2 Premier League appearances for Chelsea last season. We are over the 45 minutes. They seem to be heading down the tunnel. That's because the whistle has gone, so no goals to show for the opening 45 minutes. Spain have probably been the better side, but haven't been able to convert. It is Spain 0, Italy 0.
No goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes. Goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's 2 came through Torres and he shot wide in the 15th minute. For Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barea on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panicked, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. In the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's 2 came through Torres and he shot wide in the 15th minute. For Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barea on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panicked, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes. Goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's 2 came through Torres and he shot wide in the 15th minute. For Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barea on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panicked, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes. Goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's 2 came through Torres and he shot wide in the 15th minute. For Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barea on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile.
Alright guys, alright, thanks for tuning in, please, if you're new to the channel, please make sure to like the channel, subscribe to the channel, guys, and big up to all those who are joining the channel as members, guys. I think our membership is increasing daily here, which is great, and that is why we are here, guys. It's a soccer community that we are building here, and big up to, if you're a soccer fan, you love football, guys, this is the channel for you. You get the on-time commentary daily, on-time score, on-time stats here on this channel. Samuelski football is your home, where you come to every gather here. It's a hangout zone. So whenever the stream is started, please make sure you always come here and let's react to the let's enjoy the beautiful moments together. So big up to all the moderators. By the way, Kate, I see I walk you're doing a great job there. Bobby, the controls, all you guys, the speakers and whatsoever. Big up to all the moderators on the channel. And moderators, please, we have a meeting. So I posted I think some days ago, and all the reacted. So I was like, what is going on? So I'll make a post again, and then you guys will tell me your thoughts, so that we can have a meeting together. Alright, so people, subscribe to the channel, stay tuned. Second half comment is coming right away. And the Samuel football back to the other screen here. This time around, it's Italy versus Spain. Half-time here, it's near, and
in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella. His lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres, and his shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres when he shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes. Goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres when he shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side. Keeper Simon came off his line. For Spain, it was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then in turn found Barella, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals at Wembley in the first 45 minutes. Goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's two came through Torres when he shot wide in the 15th minute before Olmo had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, their best opportunity fell towards Barella on the left-hand side from Emerson, who would then turn.
These are your latest sports headlines. I'm Jack Ogilvie. First up, Manchester United reportedly want to sign Dominic Calvert-Lewin this summer. The Red Devils are on the hunt for a new striker as a long-term number 9 replacement for Romelu Lukaku, and are said to have identified the Everton frontman as their ideal candidate. The 24-year-old enjoyed the best season of his career in 2020-21 with 21 goals in 39 appearances, resulting in him being crowned the Toffees Player of the Year. United legend Rio Ferdinand believes his old club should target a player he calls fantastic, and says he'll prefer him over other transfer targets such as Harry Kane and Erling Braut Haaland. Staying with football news, and Paris Saint-Germain are said to be in advanced negotiations to sign Sergio Ramos on a free transfer after the defender's Real Madrid contract expired on Wednesday. Ramos announced last month that he would leave Madrid after failing to reach an agreement to extend his 16-year stay in the Spanish capital. It was suggested on Monday that PSG had intensified talks with the centre-back. Ramos is said to be close to the deal, said that things have advanced through the week and a final decision is expected in the coming days. Rugby Union now, and Alan Wynne-Jones has told Warren Gatland he is optimistic of making what is described as a miracle recovery in time for the British and Irish Lions Test Series against South Africa. Wales captain Jones is forced to drop out of the squad after dislocating his shoulder in Saturday's 28-10 victory over Japan at Murray's.
Uncertain after Euro 2020, but he's focusing on England's semi-final against Denmark on Wednesday. First of all, that hasn't stopped speculation in the background. And Manchester City have been heavily linked to the move for Kane, but their boss Pep Guardiola has been quoted in Mundo Deportivo in Spain via the Manchester United News as saying there is more chance that we aren't going to buy any striker this summer. City are very to sign Kane if does leave, then one possible replacement, according to reports, could be Switzerland striker Haris Seferovic. Benfica are reportedly looking to sell the 29-year-old forward this summer, who was impressed at Euro 2020, and Nuno may well be keen. Meanwhile, Spurs have confirmed some fixture changes for September. The trip to Selhurst Park to face Crystal Palace on Saturday, the 11th of September, will now kick off at 12:30 and will be shown live by BT Sport. The home match against Chelsea will now take place on Sunday, September the 19th, while that'll be a 4:30 PM kick-off. And the first North London derby of the season away at Arsenal has been moved to Sunday, September the 26th, and will also kick off at 4:30. Both the latter games will be shown by Sky Sports. Here are your latest Manchester United headlines. I'm Aidan Perkins. 18 members of the Manchester United first team squad have returned for the first official day of pre-season training, although plenty of the players are still involved with their national sides at major tournaments this summer, while the likes of Scott McTominay, Victor Lindelof and Paul Pogba are all still on holiday after exiting Euro 2020 early. First team players like first team members of the squad like Axel Tuanzebe, Brandon Williams, Alex Telles and Nemanja Matic were all part of the first day of pre-season training, as were youngsters Tedin Mengi and James Garner. Tati Chong and Facundo Pelistri both returned from loans with Club Brugge and Alaves respectively, and were also on show on the first day of pre-season training. The new signing Tom Heaton, who rejoined United on a free transfer, was also involved.
First 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's 2 came through Torres and he shot wide in the 15th minute for Olmo, had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, opportunity fell towards Pereira on the left-hand side. Simon off his line for Spain. It was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who would then turn found Pereira, but his lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the first 45 minutes, goals between Italy and Spain. Both teams have had chances. Spain's 2 came through Torres and shot wide in the 15th minute for Olmo, had a shot saved by Donnarumma. For Italy, best opportunity fell towards Pereira on the left-hand side. Simon off his line for Spain. It was cut back inside to Immobile from Emerson, who then turned from Pereira. His lack of shot was the reason why they couldn't find the back of the net. He panics, and in the end, it's finished 0-0 at half-time. Goals.
You rejoin us as the game gets back underway at Wembley. Italy 0, Spain 0, as we get this second half back underway. It was perhaps, just reading a few comments from friends and on social media, that a lot of people actually expected a worse game than this. Expected it to be a bit more cagey. And it was Spain that had the better of the possession, looked a little more dangerous on the attack. As it looked, it doesn't look like we've had a change. There was the perhaps flirtation from the Italy bench that Barani was going to come on for Chiesa, but as it stands, the Italian team is Donnarumma, Emerson, Chiellini, Bonucci, Di Lorenzo, Verratti, Jorginho and Barella, Insigne, Immobile and Chiesa. And as for Spain, who are on the attack, will just break off as they have to try and get the ball away, Italy, and they do. Spain go with Simon, Azpilicueta, Garcia, Laporte and Alba, Pedri, Busquets, Koke, Olmo, Fable and Torres. Myself, Tom Hill and Bobby Jackson have brought you all the first half so far. Let's hope the second half brings us a few more chances and a couple of goals, Bobby, for the excitement levels. But I think you said before half-time, advantage Spain for the first 45 minutes.
Yeah, I think they came away from that first half with a fair bit of credit. They enjoyed lots of possession. It was that final touch, that shot that really let them down. When they did manage to get anywhere around the final third, there's lots of room for improvement. I think for Italy it'll be interesting to see if they do anything differently in the early stage of this second half to try and counteract what Spain were doing in that first 45, the way that they were managing to dominate the midfield and get forward really at will whenever they wanted to. They could. Ferran Torres just caught offside now, so at least Italy will have some possession. But we're 2 minutes in now, and again we're starting to see that pattern of play again. Lots of possession from Spain. In the first half where they had 70% of it, that was about 20 minutes in or so. So I don't think it will have changed too much, but it could be a game potentially that is won from the benches. Both teams have got lots of talent there. Maybe suggest Italy's bench is slightly deeper than the Spanish one, but it could come down to a bit of a tactical shuffle from either manager.
It's a game that the longer it goes on, benches will play such a huge part. Subs across, of course, all the tournament have played their part. As a really bad clearance that from Simon. towards Insigne, and he pinged the ball off a Spanish defender, and he puts the thumbs up to Simon to apologise, and they've just quite simply played themselves into trouble. That's both keepers that have done the same thing. Donnarumma made a mistake earlier on, a clearance that went the wrong way. The same thing can be said for Simon, so it's all square in that department as we wait to see take this set piece right angle off and tries to get his teammates on the ball as a player goes down for Spain. Referee gives nothing. Ball cleared up over the top. Spain with a bit of pressure, pardon me. A long ball played forward and a hash clearance from the Italian defence. Spain smothering the Italian midfield, and now Emerson goes down the line. That ball nearly goes out of play. Italy get it back, all a bit frantic. Ball over the top towards Immobile. He tries to get the wrong side of the defender. He has done so. Left footed strike, it's well wide in the end, and it should well be a goal kick. And that's the first real chance I think we've had to speak about. In fact, the way they're lining up, Bob, I'm not sure if it's gone out for a corner with the way that Laporte is going back towards his own goal. But Immobile actually just manhandling the defence, trying to get across, give him a little shove. I think the referee's had a great game for that. He's not all these 50-50s, he's just letting them go. I'm not saying it would have been a foul, but you get some referees that want to try and give anything, and I think you made the point a few times how he's just trying to be expansive and let the game flow in a nice fashion.
Yeah, it's been indicative of how it's been over the course of the competition, really. I think most of the referees have been pretty good. Good ball into the box here, turn behind for the corner by Di Lorenzo, and he had to get there. I think Olmo, the man who delivered it, and there was someone arriving at the far post, possibly Ferran Torres, who was ready to pounce upon that inviting ball.
It's a great clearance, isn't it? As you say, Ferran Torres, I think he's going to try and run into the ball to make sure he stares at the opposite direction, away from the keeper. And if Di Lorenzo could have scored an own goal himself, and that's why Donnarumma was going to cross and gave him a big hug, because he certainly feels that that's an important touch. And nice bit of play there for both teams. So we've had Italy attack down one end, Spain have come straight back. I do hope it continues in that same fashion. Running through the two benches as we get time, as the ball comes in, Donnarumma gets a punch to it. It's an important one of that, and Spain play it wide left towards Oyarzabal. Back it goes to Alba. 3-man defence for Italy on this right hand side, trying to stop them. They eventually do. I thought Spain were going to get through there. The ball played forward. Immobile has stopped to the challenge. It's a ball winning one, I thought, from Busquets, who is now trying to plead his innocence. I think it doesn't help that he's come from behind. The referee is now pointing to the pocket and going to get the yellow card out, so Busquets does get a card, who now lets the referee know a piece of his mind. What do we think to this? He doesn't get the ball, so
it's stopped a counter attack as well. It's not just the manner of the tackle in any ordinary play. If Italy were building steadily and Spain had bodies back behind the ball, you might get away with it, but Spain were downfield for a corner. It had broken away. Immobile was looking to turn on the halfway line. He gets beyond Busquets, and there's open space for him to run into, and Italy are on the break. So I think as much as Busquets pleads innocence there, he knows exactly what he's doing. He's getting the ball or the man, either or, to make sure that Italy aren't going to be able to advance any further. So the mark has been laid down now. The first yellow card shown 6 minutes into the second half. I expect it won't be the last we see tonight.
No, I'm sure it won't, especially if one of these teams take the lead. I'm sure we'll see some cynical fouls and pretty poor play in that department. Spain go from left to right with Laporte with what looked like a decent pass, but eventually Italy get the ball back. And just noticed a little, it's only 6 minutes in, so let's not get carried away, but I've noticed that Italy are maybe just starting to win it a little bit more often in that middle of the park. It's a poor sloppy ball across the midfield looking for Insigne, and Spain again, there's so much space for them once Italy cough up possession. Now they come forward by the Oyarzabal onto his stronger left foot, lays it off to Busquets, who goes for a goal. Oh, it's just over the bar from Busquets, and not maybe the play you probably want in attacking position, Bobby, to go for goal. You would have wanted it someone else, like the Ferran Torres or the Dani Olmos, but you've got to praise the work in attack. But Busquets does so well to get far forward in a great spot, and it's, he is the right man to pick out. He just can't keep his body over the ball.
Yeah, they just found themselves a little bit stretched there, Italy, as they lost the ball. Players were out of position. Verratti was in a wide area, he couldn't get back across. Jorginho was scrambling back into a defensive position, and he didn't really know where Busquets was.
Yeah, Now Italy on the attack. Insigne gets away from a couple of Spanish defenders. He's now got an option to ping the ball wide. Immobile gets there first. He's going to line up a shot. As you know, he goes wide to Chiesa. Chiesa's one-on-one with Alba for the first time in this game. He tries a shot towards goal and Simon saves. And that's a bit better from Italy. I'd rather see that, Bobby, for me, line them up and go one-on-one rather than let bodies come back. And the Italian crowd seem pretty proud of their response, and they're now going a little bit dog-eat-dog, fighting fire with fire. Once one has a shot, the other one's coming back, and long may this continue.
Yeah, well, it's the first shot they've registered on target in this game, and it's better, isn't it, from Italy? They showed more intent once they got to that final third. Thought it was really good play from Insigne. He could have just tried to take it on himself, but he looked as though he was running into trouble. He turned, held it up, managed to shuffle it across, and eventually threw Immobile out to Chiesa on that right-hand side, who somehow is still on the field after seemingly being ready to be hooked off in the first half. That might be a message to his manager that he can still have a role to play in this game. And Simon, a pretty routine save in the end. It came through legs, so it's slightly more difficult to gauge where it was going to end up, but he was down quickly to his right-hand side, and angles well covered.
Yeah, Spain back in possession, still goalless. Garcia back to Laporte. Pedri's asking for it just to the left of the Man City defender. Here is Pedri, who a young midfielder. We're used to seeing him in that Spanish midfield. He'll be a player in there for many years to come. Garcia goes wide out to the right hand side. Oyarzábal into Koke in attacking position for him. Can he put his foot around the ball? He turns back on himself for the time being. In now to Oyarzábal, back out towards the right for Azpilicueta, and here is Garcia. Italy got everyone behind the ball. Laporte's in towards the teammate of Ferran Torres, both club and international teammates. He goes wide right. Azpilicueta. Spain a bit better here, a bit more fluid in midfield as Koke goes to Laporte again, who's had 4 touches now in this phase of play. Pedri, the one that's first got a touch on the ball and started it. Spain under no real rush here to try and get going as Azpilicueta's hugging that right touchline. He's yet to be released by his teammates. Laporte again, 5th time in possession. Here is Busquets. Goes forward. Oyarzábal, first time touch out of his feet to Koke. This move has been its 30th or 40th pass. Still, Spain have made no progress past maybe 25 yards out from the Italian goal. Ball forward from Laporte, well watched by Di Lorenzo. An attack versus defence session that Italy come out on top of as we just 10 minutes into this second half. A chance to explain to you what we've seen so far. Italy 0, Spain 0, and Berardi's been warmed up for the Italians. Roberto Mancini's seen enough from his side tactically, so perhaps one player that could be exposed is Chiesa. He has had the first shot for Italy though a few moments ago, a right-footed drive underneath the legs of Alba, which was saved by Simon, but eventually that came after a little bit of pressure from Spain. It has been a little bit fire with fire so far in the second half. Busquets had an effort curled over the top of the crossbar, which has been the best chance of the match and perhaps the most exciting for either side. I'm sure the fans will have left their seats inside Wembley Stadium, still goalless.
Gathering possession on the halfway line. Marco Verratti is easily put under a little bit of pressure initially by Oyarzábal and then by Pedri, so scoots it out to the left hand side of this Insigne. Initially has a little bit of space to run into, leaves it then for Emerson, which was a low ball into the box back there. To defend it was Azpilicueta. It was a lovely looking ball down the right hand side. Dani Olmo will get there. He manages to beat Bonucci, then gets away from Chiellini. He's clattered in the process as Spain move it on through to Torres. Opens it up for the right-footed shot, blocked and charged down by Di Lorenzo, and Insigne will pick up the loose ball midway through his own half. Italy then misplaced pass that forces Verratti to stretch to reclaim possession, and they're not able to get out of this defensive area by playing through Spain. Actually, they will win a free kick as Dani Olmo is adjudged to have just caught the legs of an Italian player. And that will ease some of the pressure that was starting to build on Italy. They seem to be tying themselves in knots, working it around in the defensive third. Chiellini having a word with the referee Felix Brick about what he felt about the incident, maybe believing a card should have followed as well. Spain still pressing really well. We credited both sides for their high press in the first half. I think Spain have continued it throughout. Italy have done it in patches, but certainly the Spanish team that I think are pulling off that approach much better.
Yeah, I think Chiellini was moaning at the official. I think he thought Olmo's tackle was a bit cynical and a bit too stern, as if they give the ball away. It's poor that from Barella in midfield. He's not got his bearings. Perhaps wasn't expecting the pass, but eventually it did come. It's out towards Tharball onto his left foot again. It's poor from Italy in defence. Shot comes in down the throat of Donnarumma, and I guess naturally we're looking at Chiesa as the player they're going to bring off, but I think the spine of the Italian midfield has been far too weak for me, Bobby. I'm not sure what you think, but I'm just a bit disappointed at the ball retention in the middle of the park, or the fact that they're not really winning too many tackles and giving the ball away a bit too cheaply for my liking. We'll get your thoughts in a second, because Jorginho was released Immobile down the right hand side, having a real tussle with Laporte. He manages to hold him off, cut the ball back on his inside, and Alba gets there first. It's that quick feet of Alba, and he manages to bring the ball away. He's giving it away though, and that pass though from Italy is another sloppy one. So 2 sloppy passes from both teams has meant that the game has gone one way then the other. And now into Busquets, who goes forward towards Pedri. Pedri's going to try and bring it further forward. It's out towards the left hand side. Torres with Pedri once more. The pace has slowed down a little bit. We'll get Bobby's thoughts in a second on that little bit of play. Tharball's got too much space yet again. He's managed to find little pockets of space in the second half. Here's Koke, wide right. Italy 0, Spain 0. Nearly approaching the hour mark. Again. Still Italy not putting him under too much pressure. Into Olmo, he gets chopped from behind, gets back up to his feet. Verratti's scrapping away. Busquets comes flying in. Really important touch from Torres. Alba, ball across the face of goal to Donnarumma, too close to his chest. But yeah, your thoughts probably on this Italian midfield. Is it going to be a like for like, or will we get a change in the middle of the park?
Just hold off as Immobile. He might be through here. Laporte with the challenge. It then falls into the feet of Barella, who's going to have the curling effort. And there we have the opening goal. It's Chiesa, in fact, with a curling shot. He might well have been the man to have gone off in a moment's time. And if he is, what a way to sign off this semi-final with a scintillating curling effort beyond Unai Simon. It is Italy who have the advantage.
A moment of brilliance from Chiesa has given Italy a 1-0 lead against Spain, and the Azzurri fans have gone wild inside Wembley behind the goal. It was all come about from a long ball forward towards Ciro Immobile, who managed to cause problems just by a determined run. He was chopped to the floor by Laporte with a really good time tackle, which it had to be. He'd have been sent off otherwise, but the deflection curled its way towards Chiesa, and he managed to take it out of his stride and curl it into the far corner. But while we've got to praise the attacking duo, you've got to give the credit as well to Gianluigi Donnarumma, who eventually caught the ball from an original Spanish attack, rolled it to his teammates, and 4 passes later, it's Italy 1, Spain 0.
Second goal of the competition for Italy, and what a finish it is from Chiesa. He just gets himself that half yard inside the penalty area, manages to squeeze the shot away in between Eric Garcia and Aymeric Laporte. It's out the reach of Unai Simon, and Italy, with just over an hour played, have drawn first blood in this game.
Just to get your thoughts on that, Bobby, in terms of, this is where I'd keep him on, because he's got electrifying pace to get into those areas. But do you take him off now and try and maybe go a bit more defensive, and then risk the fact that if Spain go and score, you've lost a counter-attacking threat? It's a very big change, this, won't it? If he's going to change, of course. He might now say, do you know what, give it 10 minutes.
Yeah, he might go back on his initial thoughts. We'll see what happens from the restart, I suppose. But it's fine play, isn't it, from Chiesa? No, Berardi is on. Just waiting on confirmation as to who the player is to go off. But it did feel initially in the first half when we saw Berardi getting ready to come on that Chiesa was going to be the one sacrificed. Alvaro Morata, by the way, is also on for Chelsea, for Spain. Chelsea on the line there for some reason, but he's now coming on to try and salvage this game.
He does look like Chiesa, by the way. I can't see him on the pitch. I'm not sure about you, but I can see other numbers that we've seen throughout the night. And Berardi is stood where Chiesa has been stood all night. Immobile. So as he puts Chiesa to the left hand side, Insigne through the middle. That's an interesting change for a lack of an out. But, you know, and Ferran Torres, I'm surprised by both of those subs. That just shows you what we know.
Exactly, yeah. He's the man that gets paid the big money. Roberto Mancini's got Italy to this point and really knows best.
So Morata for Ferran Torres, who has been one of Spain's most dangerous players. I mean, I guess Tharball's popping up in good areas and almost playing through the middle, so perhaps he wants somebody to steer that attack and help them out. Morata, I'm sure, will try and do that. Morata's got the ball back, so into the final half an hour. 2 for Spain. Alba across the face of goal, over the head of Bonucci, but not over the head of Chiellini, who just smiles at his centre-back teammate. It's a Donnarumma high five, it's an Emerson high five, and you can see the camaraderie from the Italian defence. You don't mess with Chiellini. I did see a quote, in fact, resurfacing about Morata and Chiellini. Of course, they were former teammates, and it was along the lines of just how difficult life was in training alongside Gino Chiellini, who didn't give him anything, no scraps at all to feed off. Ball in from the corner, and it's Chiellini again that heads clear, and Spain are pushed back towards halfway. And as a spectacle, I did wonder if Spain scoring first would have made it a bit easier to watch for the neutral. Italy having to pile forward, but I caught the back end of Belgium-Italy, Bobby, and watching Italy defend with Belgium pouring on was a really enjoyable watch, because the Italian defence, that spine that you want to stand up and be counted, have now got to do it for a second game in a row by the looks of things.
Yeah, it was an entire second half, that one, wasn't it, that they had to defend 4-2-1 at the break to Italy, and managed to see it through by that scoreline. But with just under half an hour left to play, I mean, this is the type of game that Italy really thrive upon, isn't it? We've spoken about those two defenders, Bonucci and Chiellini. They celebrate every block, every clearance with the sort of gusto that you give to scoring a goal at the other end. So I think that they're really going to enjoy this period. It is going to be attack against defence. Insigne through the middle up at the top could be very threatening if they can get the counter and use his pace. If Spain are over-committing, Italy might even snatch a second, but it's going to be a very intriguing period now.
Yeah, Berardi's header clearance is poor. Ball in from Koke, a chance, a big chance, a huge opportunity for Oyarzabal, and I'm sure they'd have wanted to swap personnel there and put Alvaro Morata in that spot, an out-and-out number 9 compared to Oyarzabal, and it's glanced the fringe at best, barely touched the forehead. Ball in from Koke, it was an absolute beauty, and it was a poor clearance from Berardi. They've managed to feed off a bit of a scrap. Koke over the top, what a pass, and what a run from Oyarzabal. He's just backed out of it, Bobby, and he's thought if he goes for a glancer, he's got more chance of scoring, rather than going for a bit more power, and it's cost him dear.
It's the story of the competition, isn't it, for Spain, that they just haven't been able to put the ball in the back of the net easily enough. They scored 5 against Slovakia, 2 of them were own goals, and the opposition rolled over. They got 5 against Croatia, but a few of them came in extra time. The rest of the matches, they've just not been able to go and put the ball in the back of the net, and it's starting to look as though it's going to be one of those nights once again. I mean, Italy have only conceded once in the 90-minute period so far in this competition. That came against Belgium last time out, and they've kept clean sheets in all of the other games. They conceded against Austria in extra time. They're a good, solid defensive unit. Spain have created some good chances, but they're not going to be given too many more. I don't think that they're going to be pushing on, but Italy are just going to get deeper and deeper and tighter and tighter. That space isn't going to be there to take advantage of.
I thought so. Not the way that Italy have defended over the last 18 months under Roberto Mancini, who just with his right arm is beckoning his players a little bit further forward towards halfway, especially his attacking trio of Berardi, Insigne and Chiesa. But Chiesa's now pretty much playing as a left wing back alongside a left back in Emerson, as Bobby's point is coming true, as Chiellini's actually lost Oyarzabal. Shot comes in from Olmo and it goes wide of the post. Oyarzabal causing more problems. I think he's been a really impressive player in terms of his movement. He's found space absolutely anywhere on the park. Olmo's angle towards goal was blocked by Chiellini, who seemingly, Bobby, was trying to blame someone else, I think, for that down the left hand side. Was it too easy of a pass into the box? I'm not sure, but I was quite alarmed by how out of position he was.
Yeah, it's unlike him, isn't it? As we said earlier on, he normally reads the game so well. He's not got a great deal of pace, but normally puts himself in the right position to be able to close a gap and get in and nick the ball away, or at least close the situation off. He did put some pressure on Olmo, on Oyarzabal rather, but he was still able to get that layoff to Olmo in good time there. So right in the look a little bit, Italy, on that occasion.
Spain on the ball. Morata's first touch as he gives the ball away, though. Just cushioned back inside by Barella. I've not been that impressed with tonight. Jorginho comes flying across the midfield, but backs out of the challenge. And Bobby made a point about 10-15 minutes ago about yellow cards, and these couple of these challenges, once they start to be mistimed, they're going to be in bother. As Chiesa gets the ball from Berardi, hits him on the back. He's going to hold off play. Still going, Chiesa. Still goes with the ball. He's now trying to make all the run on his own. Into the box he comes. Now tries to play it inside to Berardi. What a ball. Berardi, Simon saves. And down the middle of his legs, he manages to just get the block in. The angle was nearly impossible for Berardi, and all he had to do was keep it low and hard. He did as best he could, And I think overall, Bobby, great play from Chiesa. Bradley does what he should, and the keeper likewise.
Yeah, we're really seeing how this game's going to open up now, aren't we? There's going to be lots of Spain possession still. That's been the case throughout, and they're going to be trying to find the gaps in the Italian defence. But when Italy do get the ball, unlike the first half where there were still players back there for Spain defending in good numbers, we're now going to see those spaces opening up, and if they can move the ball well enough as they did on that occasion, time the runs off the backs of the defenders well enough, then they will get chances. I've just seen a couple of white-shirted Spanish players, 2 of them down on the touchline ready to come on, so further changes on the way for Luis Enrique's men.
Yeah, it makes sense. You might as well go all out if you're going to try and wrestle your way back into the final of Euro 2020. You don't want to leave yourself asking questions of what could have been. Laporte on the ball, he looks right then left, a bit too much space to the right hand side. He tried to go through the middle, backed out in the end, and Garcia goes to Koke. Laporte, that's the looks for Garcia. It's a bit of a sloppy pass. We're nearly at the halfway point of this second half. Wait for the subs to be made, really, and see what the situation is before we hand over to the very capable Bobby to take us through to the end of 90 minutes. What that will mean for the tie, I'm not sure. Strong challenge from Dani Olmo, perhaps over the top, and the referee is going to let the play stop because there's an Italian player down in Barella who he has been caught on the top of the foot. It is a free kick, no yellow card, as we get a replay of that chance for Berardi to go for goal. Perhaps maybe didn't get the power he would have liked to generate, but still a shot on target and a player that's made a big difference throughout this tournament as we wait to see what the 2 Spain subs were. The first one looks like it's Gerard Moreno, and it is for Oyarzabal, so Moreno is on. And the other one looks like it's centre midfielder in Rodri, and he's replaced Koke. Koke, a surprise, Bobby?
Yeah, I had a feeling when I saw Rodri on the touchline that they might bring off Sergio Busquets, just down to the fact that he picked up a yellow card. I know he's such a big, key, influential player for them, but I just wondered if maybe they thought they could bring on another player to control that midfield in the shape of Rodri and take up Busquets to make sure that he's not sent off and they find themselves in a desperate situation down to 10 men. But I mean, Koke, we saw him more in the first half. He possibly hasn't linked up players much in the second period. I'm not sure Rodri would have been the one I'd turn to replace him. Maybe Thiago would have been a better option for me. Can pull the strings, can pick a bit of a better pass than Rodri. I think he maybe brings a bit more attack towards the game.
Yeah, it's a point I can't really argue with, and whether he wants more of a battering ram sort of approach with Rodri and Busquets charging forward, very tall presence in the midfield, maybe try and ring the arm wrestle. Spain on the attack, ball into the box. Moreno heads back across goal, only as far as Azpilicueta. Here is Olmo. Across it goes to Pedri. Pedri's first touch is beautiful, wide to Alba, who tries to hook the ball into the air. Donnarumma was so far off his line, that ball goes the wrong way from an Italian defensive point of view. A couple of players pushing and shoving defensively for Italy, really in each other's faces, but Donnarumma was adjudged to have been pushed by the player, which I think is Azpilicueta. He does show no sign of trying to go for the ball, little nudge, and eventually it is going to be a free kick as we can wrap up those substitutes we've seen earlier in the game. Still Italy 1, Spain 0. Changes for both sides, as it is Berardi that replaced Immobile. Spain are getting a couple of players warmed up still. Italy are making 2 more changes. The changes for Spain are Oyarzabal, who's just made a really important header after glancing it wide of the post, has been replaced by Moreno. Rodri's replaced Koke, while Morata has replaced Ferran Torres. Italy are going to try and catch them on the counter if they can all night. Berardi's certainly done that so far, but so far so good for the Azzurri. They lead by a single goal to 0.
Matteo Pessina is going to be the next to come on for Italy. He's on the touchline, ready and raring to go. His introduction will be delayed until after this move that comes to its conclusion. Play is just set to be restarted from an Italian throw in an attacking area. It goes down the line towards the other replacement for Italy, Domenico Berardi, back now towards the halfway line. Italy looking to draw Spain forward slightly before they spring the attack fully. Chiellini across, sweeps the ball to his recognisable partner Leonardo Bonucci. Backwards again, retreating further to Donnarumma. It's a risky ball that Morata gets a toe to. will squeeze through to Bonucci, who then sees the ball into touch, and again Donnarumma has his hands up and having to apologise for his misdemeanour. There's two players actually on the touchline now for Italy getting ready to come on. One of them is Rafael Toloi, the Atalanta defender, and it looks as though Marco Verratti is going off, so Matteo Pessina is the man who's going to replace him in midfield, and I'm not sure who Toloi will be coming on to replace. We will see that board raised in just a moment, but Pessina has got himself on the score sheet previously in this competition, the midfielder from Atalanta, so a duo from Ledea are entering the fray. Roberto Mancini with a few final words to those coming on. Looks as though it's Emerson who's going off. He's had a really good game there, but maybe Mancini just feeling lack of game time, possibly hasn't got the engine to see it through when Toloi fresh legs can do a job.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for me, is that perhaps the route they're going to go down? You know, do they go? sorry, pardon me, Bobby. Say, get my breath back. Which suggests to me either a switch for the fullbacks, which it now is, because Lorenzo's been told to walk across, or I was going to say, does it go back three and try and put three man mountains at the back? But doesn't think, by the looks of things, I don't think he wants to split up the two, does he? But he has gone and put on Toloi, who's a man mountain at the back, and hopefully he will steer them home. That's what the intention will be from Mancini, but there's still a long old time in this game to go, and the way that the Spanish attack, you do feel that they only need one more chance. You know, they have been sloppy, but the amount they create, you do feel they've got something up their sleeve.
Another nervy moment there as the ball came through to Unai Simon, collecting it outside his box. He had a bit of a muddle with Aymeric Laporte, eventually used the defender as almost a shield to get away from the attacking intent of Berardi, and then played it out to the right hand side. And Spain now start to creep up towards the halfway line with Garcia, squeeze it back across to Laporte, who looks left and looks right and goes through the middle into Olmo, turned round the corner, doesn't find Morata. It's claimed by Di Lorenzo, who, as Tom said, has now gone out to that left hand side of defence, allowing Toloi to come onto the right side of the back four. Italy launch it forward, but it's straight into touch for the throw-in. Did knock Spain out of the last European Championships, Italy. The two sides squared off in the last 16. Italy picking up a 2-0 victory that time around. Chiellini and Graziano Pella, the two who were on the score sheet. Tonight maybe could earn another 2-0 victory. Currently with that 1-0 advantage via the Federico Chiesa goal that came shy of the hour mark in this second half. Ball back with Unai Simon. There were a couple of good chances for Spain shortly after they fell behind, but really been able to build upon that as the clock continues ticking. We're now under 15 minutes away from the full-time whistle. As Rodri works it out to the right-hand side. Azpilicueta infield to Morata. Up down the right flank now for Gerard Moreno, who spent chance after chance in the previous round in that victory over Switzerland. He came off the bench to replace Morata and did eventually put one away in the penalty shootout, but really have business a little bit earlier on to save Spanish legs. Forwards now to Morata, into the box he goes, angles too tight for the shot, he attempts a cross and it's put behind for a corner.
Yeah, a bit better, try to release their main man in midfield, sorry, in the final third. Morata is sure the one you want to get into those positions, more experienced player they've got in that last little area of the pitch. I know Moreno's still a quality operator, but I think Morata's movement second to none. Got away from Bonucci, who did smother him with the corners about to be taken.
Although with the outswinger, and it's headed away at the near post by Italy. Good distance on it as well, almost reaching the halfway line where Pedri picks it up, and Spain moving once again through Garcia to Alba. Laporte is back in position just over the halfway line, rolls his studs over it and looks towards his right hand side, decides that the pass wasn't on, so comes left to Alba, attempts to thread it through towards Olmo. He's misjudged the direction of that ball and it's gone all the way through to Donnarumma. Italy will take every opportunity to slow the game down. Should be a little bit fresher than Spain as well. Spain have gone through to extra time on 2 occasions in the competition. In the last 16 in quarter-finals against Croatia and Switzerland. Italy did go through to extra time against Austria in their last 16 game, but they did it in 90 minutes against Belgium last time out. Ball forward here that has just led to Simon coming out of his box, and he kicked it off Laporte out for an Italian throw. So Chiesa will take that one. As Worden is here, the official on the touchline. He's trying to say that he needs to drop a little bit deeper. He obviously leaves it in the end. It's Holland. Scooped ball out to the left-hand side. It's out to be a wonderful pass from Chiellini outside of the boot, up into the night sky, drops perfectly onto the boot of Berardi. Italy will come back now to Bonucci. Might have just shown too much to Morata there. It's the second time that Morata has got a foot in that Italy half of the field. He's not been able to make much of it. Italy send it forward looking for a runner down the left-hand side, but Azpilicueta is there and he'll send it back to Simon. They've made 3 changes apiece now, these two sides, and it hasn't really changed the way that the game has shaped up too much. We're seeing a couple of other changes ready to come on for Spain. One of them looks like it's Adama Traore. That's a player that could certainly have an influence on this game with his pace in the latter stages. Whether there's going to be the space for him to utilise that pace in, we'll have to wait and see, but that will be the final roll of the dice from Luis Enrique. He's not leaving it too late. It'll give them at least 10 minutes or so next time the ball goes out. Just over the halfway line, coming back into Rodri. Travelling one way and the other, drops off to Azpilicueta, rivals in the Champions League final, teammates in the Euros semis. Spain go all the way back to Simon and to Azpilicueta once again. He gives it away really cheaply though. It's worked infield by Italy, and a chance for Berardi with the shot. It was a tame one and a comfortable stop.
Yeah, I mean, again, good position for him in terms of, on the edge of the box. I like how he seems to go about his work pretty simply. He doesn't look as flashy, does he, as Chiesa? Looks a bit more wooden, a bit more rigid, but he's certainly an effective player. But yeah, that lack of power on the shot, a lack of curl as well, eventually meaning that it was a pretty easy save. Nearly double % in possession, but Spain's still got nothing to show for it. Here they come.
Oh, it's Morata, and now they do have something to show. He slots home into the bottom left corner, brought off the bench to get Spain back into this game just after the fallen behind to Chiesa's goal, and Luis Enrique's decision comes up trumps. It's a wonderfully worked move from the Spanish, rolled perfectly into the path of the Juventus striker, and he keeps his composure. Again, silences his critics as he gets Spain back onto level terms.
Spain have a goal back, and it's at a crucial time in this match. It's Italy 1, Spain 1, and Alvaro Morata, the substitute, has come off the bench to make such an impact. Spain with Laporte played the ball through the middle of the park. He picked it up, did Morata, who's dropped off the shoulder of the defence. He's worked a 1-2 with Olmo and slotted the ball past Donnarumma, who's gone the other way. Disappointment for Italy, who for the first time in a while have been carved open with ease at the back. The two centre-backs nowhere to be seen as the Morata striker comes flying through the middle, and Luis Enrique's decision to bring him onto the field of play has been vindicated. Game on at Wembley.
Great scenes behind that goal that Morata has just scored in, with the red and yellow of the Spanish flag waving proudly in the stands of Wembley. How good it is to see those fans back once again, and really enjoying what has been a fantastic semi-final here. Just 9 minutes left of normal time, and it's honours even. Italy 1, Spain 1. That rear guard from Italy that has been so firm and strong throughout the competition breached this time around, and it is going to be a tantalising final stages of this semi-final. Can either side get a winner? Well, Spain are immediately back on the front foot through Rodri. Laid off in towards Gerard Moreno, works it back to the Manchester City man, and he'll fire it off an Italian player in Barella, and it will be a corner kick to Spain. You feel that the momentum might just have shifted firmly in their favour now.
Yeah, that's the worry for me. What's it take out of Italy's mindset? Are they a little bit deflated after that? Yes, they've been pushed. We know Spain finished strong. They've gone to penalties in extra time.
Corner comes in, and it's headed over. Donnarumma arriving at the far post was Laporte. He couldn't meet it. Behind for the goal kick. Busquets it was who rose highest at the front post. Not quite sure what Donnarumma was thinking. Came out to the edge of his 6-yard area. He was in no man's land, and that looped over his head, and he'll be the most delighted man in Wembley to see that one harmlessly go behind for the goal kick. He's been pretty good throughout the competition as Donnarumma, but he's made some very rash decisions tonight. He's been sloppy with the ball at his feet and certainly hasn't convinced fully when the ball has been in the air either. There's a free kick now to Italy as Insigne comes down. Are we getting a winner here, Tom?
I don't think we are, to be honest. I think Italy will go with a bit more of a defensive mindset. I think another change being made, isn't it, by the Azzurri? I think they'll both try and play for a bit more of a tactical battle into extra time, personally. What about you?
Yeah, I think we could be set for extra time here. That equalising goal coming so late on, although momentum will have shifted firmly, as we say, in Spain's favour. It's a case of you get to this point in a semi-final, either side wants to make that mistake and go on and lose it. Italy, I suppose, are the team that had gone maybe more defensive as the game had gone on, and they got their goal and they were looking to hang on to it. Spain had gone more attack-minded, so maybe it does benefit them, if anything, in these closing stages. They got possession deep inside their own half. They have won this competition 2 of the last 3 editions. Spain looking to go and lift the trophy for a 4th time if they can go all the way at this edition. Morata drops it back to the edge of the box now, and the shot will come in. It's over the bar from Moreno. Competition hasn't been too good for him in front of goal, and that continues to be the case.
Yeah, I think Spain in the last few minutes have really caught the eye, haven't they? They're just peppering them at the moment. They're getting all the space. Chiellini in behind, Morata getting in that space, and for me, they're pulling those centre backs apart. That's a real worry for Italy's point of view. They are making a couple more changes. I think Belotti is one of them. They just need a bit more steel, don't they, and something to try and stem the flow of these Spanish attacks. With Belotti coming back on, that's that spine again up front, somebody to try and aim at, which I think they've lost with Immobile. And I actually think, Bobby, they were better off with Immobile on the pitch. But Locatelli's coming on, who of course we know is a bit of a goal scorer at the Euros.
Yeah, he's got himself 2 already in the competition. Insigne is going to be the other one to depart, with, as you say, Belotti coming on in his place, the Torino striker. Already got 12 goals to his name in the Italy blue. It's as though Chiesa was walking down the touchline there. I'm not sure if he's just been taken off. I don't think he has. Just been
he keeps coming across for energy gels and tactics.
Marcus Llorente is the other to come on for Spain. He's just replaced Cesar Azpilicueta. Here's how we are now into the final moments, final 5 of this semi-final, the first of the 2 semi-finals to be played at Wembley over the 2 midweek days. We've got England against Denmark to come tomorrow. You'll also hear that on this service at 8 PM kickoff. There's still one change to be made by Spain, by the way. All 5 have now been made by Italy. Mancini's still got one up his sleeve should he choose to use it. Laporte has possession just outside the edge of his own box, goes out towards Alba. We haven't really seen as much of an attacking force in this game as often can be the case. Italy will win a free kick just over the halfway line, with a couple of players having a nibble at Jorginho. He's then reacted by pushing a player away as he wanted to get on with a quick free kick, and referee Felix Brick is going to come back and have a little word here and just try and calm the situation down. Dani Olmo has been involved alongside Jorginho. Tempers will start to fray, no doubt, at this stage of the game. It's very much high intensity stuff as we're at the business end of the competition. Ball forwards now from the free kick. It was miscontrolled initially there by the substitute Berardi, and Busquets will clear away. Italy retrieve possession momentarily. They have to get ahead to it by Berardi to keep it in play, and then Jorginho has gone into the tackle and he's caught Pedri, and that will be a free kick. Felix Brick wagging the finger, I think, to say that there's no card to follow, but again, a word in the direction of Jorginho, who I'm sure has just had his final warning.
Yeah, important challenge to try and stop it against a bit of a flow of the game, make sure that he tries to stop an attack, but it's poorly timed. It's quite high as well. It's not a leg break or anything, but he gets nowhere near the ball, and Pedri's doing a little dance there as we approach the full-time whistle with these 2 teams unable to be separated. I still think we've got one final chance, though, something big to happen in closing stages.
Trying to turn on it, he's dispossessed, but there's Alba backing him up to take it on and charge Spain back onto the front foot. Now with Morata into the area he goes, but he overruns it, trying to knock it beyond Bonucci. just overcooked it.
Yeah, unlucky in terms of good area of the pitch again, but just too much. Not as much finesse was it as the goal we've seen a replay of it now. The 1-2 with Morata and Olmo. Really good move. That one probably one of the best of the tournament for for making two centre backs look pretty amateurish when they're two of the veterans of the world game, and just shows you what a fresh set of eyes, fresh set of ideas Morata can bring to the party.
It is already on the Italian faces. It's not done and dusted just yet. They're still in it. They may well have conceded and denied themselves the chance to go and claim that 1-0 victory, another clean sheet, but they are a side that are on level terms here, and with 2 minutes of normal time just under left to go, and they're on the front foot down the left flank. Crossing opportunity maybe for Pessina. That chance has since passed him by. Look to work it back down that flank. It's a misplaced ball forwards from Locatelli, and out comes Spain, but it's a clearance from Marcus Llorente that will go into touch to Italy at the throw. Chiellini struggling to get the ball, but it's further down the line where they'll look to take the throw and steal a few yards if possible. Movement infield, but not a great deal to try and seek out here. Eventually the long throw does go down the line towards Belotti. Miscontrol. Spain hook it away. Bonucci comes back and heads forward nicely in towards the path of Berardi. Out wide on the right hand side. Cut back towards Locatelli rather, and then just then there might well have been an offside there, so the Italians have allowed this one to run by. Spain will have it on the edge of their own box. Into the final minute of the 90. Rodri will send it to his goalkeeper Simon. Calmly this time works it out towards Laporte. Spain have spent a lot of time in their own half in the last 5 minutes, but not been under a great deal of pressure that deep on the field. Chiellini rather takes a risk there as he tried to play it out left hand side. He fails to pick out a teammate in Di Lorenzo, and it's straight into touch for a Spain throw in. The fourth official has gone and collected his board because we're 20 seconds away from the 90 minutes being up, so we'll soon discover how long we're going to have added on here. It does seem destined, this game now, for extra time. Italy 1, Spain 1. Independent off-tube studio commentary. Dani Olmo trying to wrestle his way in towards the edge of the box. His pass there has come off the underside of Chiellini onto the arm. Referee not interested, and rightly so. And Italy can begin to break. Coming forwards down the left-hand side is the goal scorer Chiesa. He's found himself surrounded by three, and he eventually loses his footing. And possession is gifted back to Spain. Pedri there with the ball at his feet. Will simply roll it across. The board, I think, has gone up, although we're yet to get the indication of how long is to be added on at the end of this game. It suggests no more than 4 minutes, really. We've had a huge amount of stoppages due to injuries, the goals and the substitutions. 3 minutes it is, the verdict. That seems about right. It's Laporte in possession then. Across towards Garcia. He's allowed to stride over the halfway line, finding Olmo. Turns it inside of Di Lorenzo, and he's forced to stretch there to put it behind for the corner, and this could be the final big chance for Spain.
A big chance, I think, for Spain to have one more go at this Italian defence in the next couple of minutes. I think Italy look a bit dead on their feet in certain parts, but you looked at that attack with Chiesa. Even if he wanted to pass it, there was no one he could have passed it to. Nobody in sight was there to try and lay off a ball. So big moment for this. For me, Spain have got the momentum. It's them that have to push for this. Italy want extra time.
In from Olmo, headed away by Jorginho at the near post. Alba comes to try and meet it. He's gone down clutching his face. Felix Brick had a very good view of that. He's decided there was nothing to award or decide upon. He's just allowed the game to go on. I imagine Alba must be back up to his feet because he was holding his face, and if it was a head injury, it would have to be stopped.
I'd have booked him for now.
He's back to his feet and out on the left hand side, and as you say, seems to have recovered quickly enough, knowing that situation that his side find themselves in. He didn't want to be staying on the floor and leaving big gaping holes in the defence. Coming together there between Donnarumma and Olmo. There's a steely stare in the direction of Olmo from Donnarumma. The players once again continued, and we're done with 2 of the 3 minutes of additional time. Look as though extra time is now set for these two sides. It's been back-to-back extra time periods for Spain. If that is going to take its toll once we get into half an hour again for them. or whether it's an experience that will stand them in good stead. Italy switched the ball across to the right-hand side. Berardi is offside, and he wouldn't have got there anyway. And that should take us through to full-time, Tom.
Yeah, disappointing that, because actually Belotti had managed to find something out of nowhere to get the ball back with Spain under pressure. Again, a bit more composure from the Italians, and then they got into a good area. But yeah, I mean, I guess neutrals will want as much drama as possible and as much football as possible. So, you know, extra time will certainly be able to separate these two, I'm sure, for fitness level. Spain are the ones that look like they're fresher, but again, if it goes beyond the half hour, then flip a coin and you know, may the best team win. And I think it's been a good game to watch at one apiece. Probably I've enjoyed it so far, as expected. Very hard to split them.
And there goes the whistle. Felix Brick has seen enough, and despite seeing Italy take a 1-0 advantage through Federico Chiesa, Spain were able to level late on. Alvaro Morata from the bench. It's 1-1 then at full time, and this first of the two Euro 2020 semi-finals is set for extra time.
The first semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. At least 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-1 on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. With 10 minutes to go, he fired past Donnarumma to make it one apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-1. Join us soon for the first half of extra time.
First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-up, 1-all on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. 10 minutes ago he fired past Donnarumma to make it 1 apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-all. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-up, 1-all on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. 10 minutes ago he fired past Donnarumma to make it 1 apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-all. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-up, 1-all on the night. Morata coming off the bench to cancel out Chiesa's 60th minute strike. 10 minutes ago he fired past Donnarumma to make it 1 apiece. Spain had chances towards the end and made changes, as did Italy. So both teams have got some fresh ideas on the park, but it's going to be a big period of extra time, of course. Then perhaps the dreaded penalties at Wembley. Finish 1-all. Join us soon for the first half of extra time. First semi-final of Euro 2020 will go to extra time at least. 1-up, 1-all on the night. Getting back underway in extra time. Spain 1, Italy 1. So we have at least 30 minutes to go at Wembley. Italy, the team that were hanging on in the end of regular 90 minutes. It was Spain that got the equaliser. 10 minutes to go. Morata coming off the bench to get the all-important first goal for Spain. And finally, someone in the final third with a bit of quality as Spain win a free kick. Olmo is upended. And that's a poor challenge from Toloi. Bit over the top. Get a slight touch of the ball, but it was more the upper body that he chopped him down with. So I can understand why the referee decided to give that. So a free kick towards far side for Spain. It's a left-footed option for Jordi Alba. Danny Olmo's now come across to have a word. In fact, he thinks he should be taking this, and the referee is still making sure the Italian defence is back far enough, and Olmo has taken charge of this free kick, so it will be a right-footed ball into the box. Olmo floats it in towards the edge of the 6-yard box. It's cleared away by Italy from one header. Now Di Lorenzo goes to ground. Free kick given against Rodri for a foul on the back of Di Lorenzo, who's had to move from right back to left back for Italy's point of view. And it is now with Bonucci, who goes across to the right hand side. There it goes with Toloi down the line. It's a heavy challenge on Berardi. Referee stops the game. In fact, both players have come off slightly worse away. The Spanish player is Jordi Alba, who's in some serious discomfort. He's gone through the back of Berardi. They both kicked. I don't know what Alba's actually managed to do while raking the studs down Berardi's lower leg. Not sure whether it's a knee problem or anything, but he's certainly feeling the effects of it. So Berardi's back on his feet. The game is back underway. Myself, Tom Hill and Bobby Jackson have brought you all the action so far tonight. It is a game I guess we feared for extra time in terms of predictions, but I'm looking online, just that little interval there, Bobby, some of the journalists around the world, a lot of them very happy at extra time. They just want more of this game to continue, because as a spectacle in terms of watching top players at their very best, we've seen some decent games tonight. A decent game tonight.
Yeah, we have. I think we predicted it would be tight and tense, and it has been that to a point. We've just had the 2 goals, haven't we? And that second one coming late on. We had to wait an hour for the first of them. I think Spain, it would have been harsh on them had they come away after 90 minutes having lost this game, because they were the better of the two sides throughout the course of the 90. Italy had a couple of chances and probably grew into the game more in the second period and got their goal from that. Spain have passed up far too many chances tonight. There's always a danger, isn't there? I think as we saw in the final 10 minutes after that Morata goal, that this extra time period could become both sides just not wanting to lose it now. It's always great from a neutral point of view if you get a bit of drama in these late stages, like when Spain played Croatia, and you get the goals and it gives you something to celebrate and get excited about. But a semi-final, it's just so big, isn't it? You're so close to getting into the final and that little bit closer to glory and winning your medals. So I think we could be set for quite a nervy 30 minutes here.
Yeah, if I was an Italian fan, I'd be more nervous of the two, though, because they're not really doing anything to attack this Spanish backline. It is Belotti trying to lead by example. I do wonder if they in hindsight after the game, they'll look back and regret taking off Ciro Immobile, who was perhaps not having the worst game. I thought he played such an important role tonight, chasing some lost causes, chasing those long balls forward. I do wonder if they regret taking off so early, but of course being defensively mindset, having a defensive mindset got them through against Belgium. So, and to question Roberto Mancini, who's led them to a 30-plus match unbeaten run, would be quite foolish. He's got perhaps the time to dissect the changes for now. Until back on the ball with Donnarumma, who goes long over the top. He was looking towards Belotti, who's gone down. He's claiming he was pushed in the back. He's landed awkwardly. He's trying to get his breath back on the floor. Didn't see too much of a nudge from behind, but he hasn't moved. The referee's now going to stop the game and let him get treatment. But this referee, I think, has been great for the game. There's a lot of players that have been writhing around on the floor trying to get easily free kicks. But the way this referee's managed this game tonight, for me, he'd be the favourite for, if I could pick, for the final. Yeah, he's managed it really well, hasn't he? At times, it's not been that type of game tonight where there've been loads of really strong challenges and really niggly, but when it has been that type of game, then the referee has just allowed it to run through. And I think when you set that sort of pattern early on as a referee, players wise up to it and think, well, there's no point in me going down because it's not going to lead to any sort of advantage here. We're not going to con the referee, and it becomes a better game afterwards. Belotti has since got up now without receiving treatment. I think it would have been a sore one. It was a little bit naughty from Garcia. He was never getting to the ball, and there was a nudge in the back. I think it probably should have been a free kick, to be honest. But he's not going to get every free kick right, but at least for the flow of the game, he's allowed it to go. Yeah, it's made it a bit more an open spectacle. There's a lot of love for Pedri and his performance for Spain, going about his work pretty effective in the middle of the park. He's kept Spain ticking over some great passing. I'm sure there'll be England fans that'll be pleased that these two teams have gone to extra time, or Denmark, of course. Probably it isn't a foregone conclusion of who is going to play these two teams in the final, but they get the extra day's rest for the final, but Wembley's a massive pitch. If whoever wins tomorrow's game wins in 90 minutes, they'll be pretty confident of having the fresher legs after what's been 2 years of endless football. Yeah, exactly. It's not just the fresh legs, it's the fresh minds as well, isn't it? It's mental fatigue as much as physical. And as you said before, third time in a row now that Spain have gone the distance here. They had some tough games in the group stage, certainly the first two. There's a free kick now for Spain in a really good area. It's going to be a yellow card to come out as well. Gets a high five for making that tackle, Toloi, even though it was a foul, and gets a yellow card. His teammate's just happy that he stopped Olmo from getting into a good position. He was well beaten, couldn't even get him with the leg, so he had to wrap the arm around the waist just to make sure that Olmo was going nowhere. I've seen worse takedowns in the UFC, but very effective. Fantastic technique. Yeah, body check and chopped him down. I think they were stretched a little bit there. That's what I mentioned about the Italian fans. They're the ones that look the glummer of the two. As Olmo gets himself set, Spain are certainly finishing the stronger of the pair. Olmo's right-footed free kick is low and harder across the face of goal. Donnarumma saves it. Out it comes. A shot comes in. It's blocked, and he's going to be trickling towards goal. Morata's shot, I think, eventually he's punched wide. Donnarumma. He's complaining at some of the Italian defenders. While Spain are asking for a corner, Italia's players are adamant it isn't. I don't know how it can't be. I thought Morata's shot took a deflection, double deflection. They're saying it hasn't touched. I think they're right, in fact. I thought it took the last touch of an Italian player. A couple of bodies hitting the deck. Big save from Donnarumma, and the goal kick was given. Yeah, I was a bit unsure about the delivery at first. I thought it was a really poor one, but it actually turned out to be quite menacing. It went in with real pace. One of those where I think Donnarumma didn't initially know what to do, whether he can come and meet it or
whether someone's going to get a touch, and he's got to stay at home. He ended up staying just sort of a yard or so off his line and went down and parried. I thought maybe he could have collected it. He clearly didn't feel that the pace of it was worth trying to gamble on that, so he tried to parry out, and it went into a dangerous area, crowded penalty box. Morata with that shot. Real nervy moment for Italy there, just as you said. It's Italy more so who seem to be hanging on as they were throughout most of the game.
They hit the ball back, just want someone from his area, in fact, point of view, to just get hold of this game in midfield, but they just can't seem to do it. The dive there from an Italian player in midfield, they're still scrapping away. Now the free kick comes against Berardi for a foul on Pedri, and there's just nobody in the Italian shirt that's had the influence. I think this is why, and we did question it, I think this is why he's put Rodri and Busquets on. It's like attack versus defence. They're just not getting past that wall of two holding midfielders, Bobby.
Yeah, there's been nothing for Italy, really, has there, to go and play off in that final third. They were really playing off scraps in regulation time before we saw Rodri come on to offer a little bit more support in that midfield as well. But yeah, they're managing the game fantastically well.
Spain down the left-hand side with Alba. Olmo gets it, runs into trouble. Foul there by the Italian midfield. The referee wants a word. There's a couple of Italian players being sent away. The referee standing in the middle of the park. No nonsense approach. It's Pessina perhaps. Yeah, it's a free kick. Don't think it's a yellow card offence, but the referee's made his point. He's given his decision. No card shown from our point of view. 10 minutes of extra time gone. 5 minutes before this first half comes to an end. We're getting closer and closer to the shootout. So Italy managed to do the job on their opponents so far. Spain, of course, recently won a penalty shootout against Switzerland. That was largely down to Switzerland's poor penalties, I think. I mean, Spain's penalties were good, but you do wonder how deep they would have been able to go, considering Switzerland missed 3 of theirs. If it did go to penalties, Bobby, is there either side you would favour?
It's tough to tell, isn't it? I think you never really can know with these, the lottery of penalties. There should be enough quality in both sides to go on and get the victory. You look at the goalkeepers, and I suppose you say Simon has had that experience in the previous round. Maybe it comes down to that, but on the day, I think you can never really know. It's as even as any battle when you get to the penalty shootout.
Side. Morata brings it down. Here is Busquets. A beautiful ball from Busquets into Pedri. Referee gets out of his way. Pedri then nutmegs Berardi. It's a joy to watch Pedri when he's playing this sort of form. It's out wide towards Moreno. It's a bit far wide from my point of view. Good ball in towards the striker Morata. Good block there from Bonucci, because Donnarumma's come off his line. Pardon me, it's not the first time tonight, Bobby, that Donnarumma's come off his line nice and early, and Spain putting them under pressure there. Good ball in from Moreno.
Yeah, it really was a testing ball into the box, see what comes from it. Donnarumma out there, and again, all sorts of problems to deal with in the box.
Ball into the box, looking for Olmo. Donnarumma gets out there first. I won't say they're flustered, Bobby, at the back, but it's perhaps the most uncomfortable they've looked all tournament.
Yeah, I think that they've looked a little bit disjointed, haven't they? And it's unusual, really, for Bonucci and Chiellini to be found in situations like that where it's scrappy. Normally they'll put the bodies on the line and throw themselves in front of anything, but it sort of looks calm and composed in a way, like they know exactly what they're doing in those situations. But tonight they've maybe just been left a little bit open and exposed. It goes back, I think, to the midfield we spoke about before. There's no cover there, and they're getting overloaded. There's only so much the two of them can do. The hands are full, and they're not getting the help from elsewhere. She goes ball forward. Is Spain perhaps sleeping in the back? Blotted offside, so there wasn't sleeping. I think Italy have really struggled with that tonight. They just have not been able to get in behind the Spanish defence enough to turn them around. Yes, they did for the goal, mainly down to Immobile's determined work. The referees get heaps of praise, I'm told, on social media. A lot of fans probably want them in the Premier League if they could have their way. One apiece, Italy and Spain.
Spain, a beautiful ball from Rodri into Olmo. Olmo's now going to set his way down the right hand side. He was looking for Morata. The two combined earlier on in the game for the equaliser. I've made the point all night. I'm not trying to say I've got the nail on the head all night, but what I mean is, in terms of centrally, I didn't expect Spain to get anywhere near as much joy as they have. I thought all their joy would come wide.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it, that they've been able to find that space in the midfield when you think that Jorginho and Verratti have been in there, two players that normally play those roles so well for their clubs and have done really well throughout this competition in controlling teams and limiting the openings and the space they've had to play in. Then you go further back to the two we've spoken a lot about in Bonucci and Chiellini, and they've just not been able to keep up with those runs. They've not been able to read the players as well as usual, and it's just not clicked for them tonight. They've come under real pressure, and I think they have to credit Spain and Luis Enrique for the tactics that they've employed. They have been more intentful tonight, I think. Spain, the issue I've had with them throughout the competition is there's been a lot of possession, lots of sideways passing and not the attacking intent, but tonight they've come out a little bit more trying to probe and penetrate, and they've found success with that. Only the one goal to show, but they've certainly been the better side.
They have. Pedri's getting into a good position through the middle of the defence for Spain. Busquets wide to Rodri. He's got options on the right hand side here now. He's with Llorente. Llorente wanted a 1-2, he's got one as well. Into the box he comes, right foot cross, cleared away by Bonucci, only as far as Moreno. Chiellini gets across, and Italy will clear their lines. And it's an opportunity that for Spain. Italy just hanging on here, but they're not really doing anything the other way. And they're desperate, I think, by the looks of things, to a penalty shootout, not going the other way to try and hold them off and get a counter-attacking goal. I wonder if they feel it's their only chance to get through, as the referee blows for half-time in the penalty shootout. Can bring you an update of what we've seen, and we will be back shortly. Spain won, Italy won at the end of half-time and extra time. Worrying signs for Federico Chiesa. He was trying to signal to the bench a while ago that he's got a bit of a leg injury and can't continue for the time being. He needs some treatment, holding the hamstring. He might have run his race. Very few chances. Spain have dominated extra time. They've had all the possession. A couple of shots towards goal. Donnarumma's been able to keep them at bay with his defence, but they're looking tired, Italy, and they're also looking like they're resigned to penalties, and they want penalties. It's Spain pushing for the goal and the winner. It's one apiece after the first half of extra time. Spain won, Italy won at the end of half-time and extra time. Worrying signs for Federico Chiesa. He was trying to signal to the bench a while ago that he's got a bit of a leg injury and can't continue for the time being. He needs some treatment, holding the hamstring. He might have run his race. Very few chances. Spain have dominated extra time. They've had all the possession. A couple of shots towards goal. Donnarumma's been able to keep them at bay with his defence, but they're looking tired, Italy, and they're also looking like they're resigned to penalties, and they want penalties. It's Spain pushing for the goal and the winner. It's one apiece after the first half of extra time. Spain won, Italy won at the end of half-time and extra time. Worrying signs for Federico Chiesa. He was trying to signal to the bench a while ago that he's got a bit of a leg injury and can't continue for the time being. He needs some treatment, holding the hamstring. He might have run his race. Very few chances. Spain have dominated extra time. They've had all the possession. A couple of shots towards goal. Donnarumma's been able to keep them at bay with his defence, but they're looking tired, Italy, and they're also looking like they're resigned to penalties, and they want penalties. It's Spain pushing for the goal and the winner. It's one apiece after the first half of extra time. Spain won, Italy won at the end of half-time and extra time. Worrying signs for Federico Chiesa. He was trying to signal to the bench a while ago that he's got a bit of a leg injury and can't continue for the time being. He needs some treatment, holding the hamstring. He might have run his race. Very few chances. Spain have dominated extra time. They've had all the possession. A couple of shots towards goal. Donnarumma's been able to keep them at bay with his defence, but they're looking tired, Italy, and they're also looking like they're resigned to penalties, and they want penalties. It's Spain pushing for the goal and the winner. It's one apiece after the first half of extra time. Spain won, Italy won at the end of half-time and extra time. Worrying signs for Federico Chiesa. He was trying to signal to the bench a while ago that he's got a bit of a leg injury and can't continue for the time being. He needs some treatment, holding the hamstring. He might have run his race. Very few chances. Spain have dominated extra time. They've had all the possession. A couple of shots towards goal. Donnarumma's been able to keep them at bay with his defence, but they're looking tired, Italy, and they're also looking like they're resigned to penalties, and they want penalties. It's Spain pushing for the goal and the winner. It's one apiece after the first half of extra time.
Seeing Chiesa and Luis Enrique having a joke on the touchline. Might be a tense situation when the whistle goes, but just as we wait to restart for this second period, there's discussion going on between those two. There's a more intense discussion going on between Roberto Mancini and the backroom staff alongside the substitute that is set to be introduced, and that's going to be Federico Bernardeschi, the Juventus forward, who will be coming on in just a moment. Doesn't look as though he's going to be introduced before Italy get us started, as the ball is rolling now for the second half of this extra time period. Spain have made a change though. It is Sergio Busquets who's gone off. Midfielder Thiago has come on in his place. Really clearing away under pressure. He's only been able to find touch. Big amount of credit has to go to Alvaro Morata. He's trying to close him down there. He came on as a substitute, dropped from the 11 for today's game, and he's come on a man on a mission. If they do get through to the final, it suggests that he's probably done enough to play himself into that starting 11 once again. He's got his goal today and has chased every lost cause that has been out there on the field. Lots of energy to burn. Header away now from Chiellini, up into the night sky now. 10:14 it is here in England, and this game of course being played in London, as the other semi-final tomorrow and the final will be on Sunday. Telly now commits a foul, a minute gone in this second 15-minute period of extra time. Although he's been glutton for punishment throughout this game, just as his legs taken from beneath him. Pressing in on Chiesa here, and I wonder if he's going to be the one to be taken off for Bernardeschi. Score the goals, get Italy up and running in this game. Wonderful curling effort at the reach of the goalkeeper into the right-hand corner. He is off. So Bernardeschi on in his place. If that is going to influence the remainder of this game. Some attacking intent, I suppose, but it's whether they can even get the ball down that end of the field. They really struggled to do it in the first period of extra time. Thiago is over this set piece, who came on to replace Busquets. His first introduction to the game is to try and bring the ball into the box. It's a horrendous delivery, straight through to Donnarumma. And I suppose both managers, Tom, we've seen substitutions made now. Thiago and Bernardeschi on, well be thinking towards that penalty shootout and potentially players who are going to take spot kicks.
Yeah, I mean, Chiesa couldn't really walk off at half-time, surprisingly, the last couple of minutes of the second half, and you just can't afford to have liabilities on the pitch. That's what it would become as an injured player, is Italy need to get the ball into Blotti and they couldn't fall in attack.
Bernardeschi tries to lay it off. He doesn't find the teammate in the process there when clear their lines, where will do for Unai Simon, and it's up in touch. Bonucci will go and claim it, but there's going to be a break in play because there's a Spanish player down on the floor. Pedri is just suffering with a little bit of cramp. He's had a lot of game time over the course of this 2020-21 campaign, as it were, domestically and then into the Euros. Big role to play at Barcelona nowadays. Looking ahead to penalties. Spain have missed a couple of penalties in open play in the competition so far. Morata and Moreno missing against Slovakia and Poland respectively. Missed two in the penalty shootout against Switzerland as well. Busquets and Rodri both failing to score. It was actually Eric Garcia who was down with cramp rather than Pedri. Off the pitch here, and I wonder if they spell the end of the game. Maybe he's just got Jordi Alba. So that Spain are going to make their last change with Garcia going off, and yeah, they are. Pau Lopez is going to come on to replace him. So Eric Garcia has run his race as well. Lose track nowadays, don't you, Tom, with so many substitutions allowed? 5 the number allotted to managers, and then you get the one extra in extra time.
Yeah, I'm just going to let you tell me who everybody is. Yeah, I mean, it's in a way it's vital, isn't it, for this level of tournament with the amount of football they've played. You can see how the game's affected them. As you said earlier, it's a massive pitch. It's a good job they've got that, because I don't think we'd have 11 versus 11 if they didn't get that option. Just say the stat as well, by the way. Apparently Pedri completed 55 of his 56 passes in 90 minutes, which is not bad for an 18-year-old playing in a semi-final against Italy.
Leading contender for your player of the competition. Italy coming forward, shot from Berardi, he's blocked by the legs of the Spanish defender before Unai Simon was called into action. Will have been the winner. Another ball over the top now. We'll have another chance, Italy, and they've scored. Will the flag go up? I think it has. The celebrations are muted And it was an opportunity there for Berardi once again. He found himself in behind the defence. He looped his run, but Lopez just took a half step soon enough. And Berardi, despite a really good finish, wasn't going to be allowed the goal to stand.
No, it's a beautiful finish on his left side. I'm sure the Italian fans are going to go wild because it's what they need to feed off the scraps. They have been a bit more counter-attacking in the second half of extra time. I don't know how long that's going to last though. 10 minutes to go.
Spain have got possession on the edge of their own box with Lopez. Work it into midfield for Rodri. Goes to Laporte, right hand side. Retreat once more into Thiago. Happy Spain just to have those two central defenders back there. No Azpilicueta on the pitch anymore as that right-sided defender that can really trust on being back there and helping out. Marcus Llorente was the man who came over here to play much more advanced. Jordi Alba is also cracked pretty high up the pitch down the left-hand side, and Morata maybe could have found him there, but Morata lost possession. It just come back into Spanish control. Rodri out to the right-hand side with Llorente. Field to Rodri. We've got just under 9 minutes left of the 30-minute extra time period. Then we'll be set for the penalty shootout. Italy 1, Spain 1. Good news for England and Denmark players. The managers, I think, will be a bit frustrated that their squad are staying up so late to watch this one tonight. Maybe wanted them to get an early night in bed to rest up for tomorrow's semi-final, but no doubt they'll be eager to see how this one plays out, with Alba now brought down just over the halfway line. Just trying to get away from Belotti, and he won the ball, but maybe caught Alba in the process.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there was too much intent to hurt him. He definitely mistimed the challenge, and I think it's a free kick, but no reason for him to get a card or anything like that. And a pretty fair decision. He's made an impact since coming off the bench, which is what you want from your number 9. You can certainly tell he's got some real class about him. We know what his record is in Serie A, but the issue is he's not had a chance, and that's really what you want him to have. I'm sure they'll be looking for him from the penalty spot.
It's a way downfield for Italy, and it turns into a great ball for Berardi, but he turn on it. Spain retreat to Athletic Bilbao man Unai Simon. Now Pedri with a bit of space to turn into, crosses the halfway line, back and away from the attacking end of the field, and it's another successful pass for him, a more simple one into Pau Lopez. Long ball forward for Spain, looking to seek someone out, but misjudged, and all the way through to Donnarumma. Fans on the edge of their seats at Wembley tonight, 60,000 watching on. The offside flag will go up against Belotti, who got himself back on as the ball came through to him. True was expecting it to find its way through. So got himself in a position to receive the ball. Them out in these latter stages if they can't have any kind of attack. It will continue to be pressure from Spain. Here they come again. Italy, more turning into trouble. They just can't seem to find themselves any space whatsoever. There's complaints from the Italy bench as they felt there was a foul there, but just a throw-in awarded. Referee Felix Brick continues to be stern with the decisions that he's giving. Pedri lays back to Lopez. Time on the ball. Italy not interested in pressing at this stage. To stride forward and meander his way up to the halfway line. Now Alba injects a little bit of pace coming forwards down the left-hand side. He's got a man further wide of him, and that's Olmo. Back through centrally to Rodri, who shifted across the midfield, and to Laporte, who had stepped forward to just offer his services. Spain then see the move break down, and Italy attempt to break. Berardi is bursting through the middle, but he couldn't be found by Belotti. Spain now with some slick movement, and it's Morata getting up towards the edge of the Italy box. He's not got a shooting option, tries to cross, that should go for the throw. That was close for Italy on the counter.
It was, that's just what has let them down the last few minutes, Bobby. Just not as much clinical edge in that little final third. Great run from Berardi though, which I'm pleased from an Italian point of view. They've got some form of opportunity to try and steer him in the right direction. And Belotti's making a big impact dropping deep, but still a little bit too far deep for an attacking position for him to try and exploit. Spain's still the tin like they're going to score if it's going to be someone in extra time.
Cross too deep for anyone to go and attempt. That one with safe hands. Two in the box were Morata and Olmo. Spanish fans keeping their spirits high, some nervous looking faces, but trying to urge their team on in this crucial final 5 minutes now of extra time. Italy 1, Spain 1. Enrico Chiesa's opening goal on the hour mark cancelled out by Alvaro Morata's equaliser on 80 minutes. Ourselves now in these final stages, nothing to pick between them. Another offside flag goes up to bring an end to an Italy attack. Both managers on the touchline waving away and gesturing frantically to make sure that their team aren't going to be found wanting in this final period. 65% possession for Spain throughout this game. They've been dominant with the ball. When it comes to the keys, the goals, there's to pick between the teams, as we said. A ball forward again for Spain, but Marcus Llorente can't keep it in play. It's behind for an Italy goal kick. And we're just not getting the chances now, Tom.
No, again, nerves. You can see the tension. Players will start to cramp up as a result. The pressure, the butterflies will start in the stomach, Bobby. It's it's for a place in a monumental final in a big tournament, and you just got to wonder who's got the bottle and the nerve to try and stand up. Of course, I'm sure Spain will be doing all they can to go and get a winner in the closing stages. And if they do go on and get one, Bobby, I don't think anyone can say they've not deserved it tonight. To be honest, they've been the better team. Italy, for me, have gone through the motions. They got a great goal, shut up shop, and got to praise the Spanish play for Morata and Olmo. With that 1-2 they worked, and the performance of Pedri. I've really enjoyed watching though, in terms of two of the top teams, and whoever plays Denmark or England will give them a really tough game. As if they do get a throw around 30 yards out from the goal, it's still one apiece.
The European Championships once in their history. Italy back in 1968. Spain 3-time winners of this competition. Won it twice in the last 3 editions. They are more experienced. Quite the same sort of squad and level of player they had back when they were so dominant, winning World Cups and European Championships in succession. There's a youthfulness about this Spain inside that can see them develop once again. Morata has just been fouled now. There's a yellow card dished out to Bonucci. It's just the second yellow of the game. It's actually come out, as we said before. Referee Felix Breakers. In fact, it's the third card of the game. Tolloy picked one up at early stages of the extra time period, but still, nonetheless, he's been very much a man-manager of this game. He's rather deal with situations with his words than going to his pocket. Spain arrow the ball out to the right-hand side. Final 2 minutes. Is there one more big chance in this? The Spanish fans at the end that the team are shooting towards start to rise to their feet, and then slowly sit back down as Spain go back to the halfway line. Now it's brought on forward by Lopez into Pedri, and well, he's been so accurate with his passing all night, and just when it really mattered, he fails to pick out Dani Olmo loose with the ball. Italy clear their lines.
Yeah, I mean, the extra time has not lived up to the hype of the 90 minutes, has it? The extra time has been rather frustrating to watch for both teams. Just haven't had that quality, whether it's tiredness, I'm not sure, pardon me, but yeah, the longer it goes on, Italy have managed to worm their way out of it, because at 75 minutes onwards, it's been all Spain, and Italy have had a couple of offsides go against them that they felt could have gone either way, but yeah, Spain have certainly been on top, and I would probably say they'll be quite annoyed probably that they've not got a second goal with the possession they've had yet again.
Might still be time. Thiago fires it forward, too much pace on that ball. Luis Enrique turns around, his frustration etched across his face, clear to see. Eventually puffs out the cheeks and turns back to face the pitch with his arms folded. And we look set for penalties here. We're into the final 30 seconds of this extra time period. Those Italian fans seem in good spirits as we see them up in the stands, and understandably so. It should really have been Spain's game, you feel, tonight. All the stats would lead you to believe that they've been the better of the two teams, and there, a long ball forward now from Donnarumma. Into touch it goes off Thiago's head. Into the final 10 seconds. Enrique is doing his best to try and get Italy moving again. He collects the ball and gives it to Chiellini. Launched down the line towards the corner flag. Chases on. There is Belotti, goes down. And the referee, is he blown for a free kick or full timer? It looks as though that is it. We are set for penalties in this semi-final. The first of the Euro 2020 finals. It is full time of extra time. Italy 1, Spain 1.
Go to penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead through Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised through Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain, and penalties will soon be upon us. To penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead through Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised through Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain. Penalties will soon be upon us. To penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead from Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised to Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain, and penalties will soon be upon us. Go to penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead through Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised through Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain. Penalties will soon be upon us. To penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead from Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised to Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain, and penalties will soon be upon us. Go to penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead through Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised to Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain, and penalties will soon be upon us. Go to penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead through Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead through Federico Chiesa in the full 90 minutes. Spain equalised through Alvaro Morata. If you just joined us in extra time, neither keeper had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? It's Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain. Penalties will soon be upon us. Go to penalties at Wembley.
Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much of a shooting opportunity, so we will wait for spot kicks. Italy took the lead. Thanks to Alvaro Morata, who just joined us. In extra time, neither of them had too much to do. Can either of them be the hero for their respective countries? Donnarumma for Italy, it's Simon for Spain. Penalties will soon be upon us. Go to penalties at Wembley in the semi-final between Italy and Spain. Nobody in extra time could really muster too much.
Break off because penalty shootout is about to start between Italy and Spain. Looks like it's Locatelli to get himself ready for the first spot kick. Italy won the coin toss, albeit it was retaken. Marcel Tom Hill will bring you the Italy penalties. It'll be Bobby Jackson to bring you the Spanish penalties. It finished 1-1 after 90 minutes, 1-1 after extra time if you're only just joining us this evening. And of course, good luck to both teams. Let's hope it's a thrilling shootout. Unai Simon, he's dancing from side to side as Locatelli, who's got 2 goals already this tournament, prepares to step up. It is right-footed. He steps up and it's saved. Simon goes to his right-hand side. Locatelli is denied and Italy have the advantage.
Yeah, well, they managed to keep Switzerland out on 3 occasions in the previous round, and Unai Simon starts with intent this time around, making a decent save to his right-hand side. It's not the best penalty you will ever see, but the goalkeeper still having to guess right, and he did that to get Spain off to a perfect start. And Dani Olmo give Spain the real advantage by getting the opening goal. He did score against Switzerland. He took the second penalty that time around. Sergio Busquets went first and missed. He's not currently on the field of play. Gianluigi Donnarumma is the man looking to try and deny RB Leipzig's. Dani Olmo steps up and puts it over the crossbar. We're 2 penalties in and both sides have missed now. Well, they couldn't score in open play and they can't score in the shootout.
Have you got any plans tonight, Bobby? I think we're going to be here for a while, mate. Have to get some food in, get a little cosy night. Yeah, this is a big start for Italy, a big boost. Donnarumma didn't have too much to do, and Olmo, who's been a real sensation in the game tonight, has gone for far too much power. So Italy go back to favourites in terms of the stoppage. The penalty shootout. They've got the next penalty, and it's a real poor start for both. So can Belotti now get his team in front? He's stepping up second. Whether he's changed his mind or not to, of course, try and get his team in front, settle the nerves. It's a very straight run-up from Belotti. Up he steps, right-footed, drills it into the bottom corner. It's a beautiful penalty, and he celebrates by screaming towards the fans in the far corner of Wembley. Italy 1, Spain 0 on penalties.
That's how you take a penalty, low and hard into the side netting. Goalkeeper guessed the right way. This time, Unai Simon just could not get down there quick enough. Spain looking to get their first goal in this penalty shootout then. Gerard Moreno. He has missed one in open play in the competition against Poland. He did score in the shootout against Switzerland though. The left-footed Villarreal man strides up a stutter and it just manages to evade the outstretched hand of Donnarumma. He guessed the right way, but just seemed to go a little bit too early and beyond it. Spain back on level terms.
Yeah, the little stutter just for a second made it a bit more nervous perhaps than it should have been. So up steps Leonardo Bonucci, and not maybe the most straightforward of penalty takers, being a centre half, of course. But Bonucci gets ready. Roberto Mancini looks nervous. Of course, all of his coaching staff are going to be stood so scared on the touchline. It's such a big moment. Unai Simon's already stopped Locatelli's penalty. Can he make it 2 saves on the night? Bonucci, another right-footed penalty taker, gets up right-footed and places it in the opposite corner to Unai Simon, slots it home. Italy 2, Spain 1 on penalties, Bobby.
Yeah, really calm and cool, isn't it, from Bonucci? You can see the experience there. Strides up, picks his spot and sends the goalkeeper the wrong way. Again, not quite in the corner, but the keeper's dived in the wrong direction. It doesn't matter as long as it's on target. Thiago is going to be next up then for Spain. A substitute as we got going for the second half of extra time. Take one last time out off the bench then, but this time steps up, and that's even cooler. And Bonucci, a little stutter and a jump, and he drags it into the bottom left.
that so easy. The confidence to take that spot kick like that in the game, like it is, just shows you the I guess the steel heart that he's got to get ready for another penalty taker. I think it's Bernardeschi that's getting lined up to come and take this. So very confident run up. He's pretty quick to go and get that ball. Bernardeschi to take the fourth Italian spot kick. Unai Simon gets himself ready, jumping up and down. It's a left footer though this time for Bernardeschi. Simon levels himself. Oh, what a spot kick that is, into the top corner. What a penalty. It's 3-2.
Yeah, nicely placed in the top corner. We've seen lots going low since the early miss from Dani Olmo, but Bernardeschi certainly wasn't put off by the fact that he's seen one fly over the bar. He nestles it neatly in that top right corner. He's never getting there. Well, it's the man who was the hero for Spain in regulation time, then Alvaro Morata off the bench to score the equaliser that has helped Spain through to this penalty shootout. Now he needs to do the business from the spot. He also missed one in the group stage, and he misses now. It's saved. Donnarumma to his left-hand side, parries away, and Spain are on the ropes here.
Yeah, poor penalty, Bobby. You called it in the build-up, and he stepped up as he made his way. He didn't look the most confident, and it's a very tame penalty for a centre-forward. Great goal in 90 minutes. That's a penalty that looks like a player that's low on confidence. Good save in terms of getting his body behind it. Luis Enrique turns away, looks at the floor in disappointment. So who was the man that steps up? I'm trying to see out of the Italian celebrations who was probably the one that went the least wild, and I've looked, and it's the man they probably want to take their spot kick. It's Jorginho, the man that's made a real name for himself as a penalty taker in the Premier League and for Napoli. And can he step up and get another? He's normally got the most relaxed run up out of all of the penalty takers on the pitch. Chiellini and Locatelli can't look at first. Jorginho gets himself set. Now what can he do with this spot kick? He steps up right-footed. He sends the keeper the wrong way. He slots it into the corner, and Jorginho sends Italy through to the final at Wembley. Beautiful penalty. Simon went the opposite direction, and it's finally Italy's night. They've got to a final, their first since the 60s. Mancini's coaching staff celebrates. So the penalty shootout, Locatelli missed, Olmo missed as well. It was then Belotti, Bonucci and Bernardeschi that scored for Italy. Then Jorginho, Morata's spot kick, the miss that was so crucial for Spain towards the end. So it's finished 1-1 on the night. Bobby, thank you once again for joining us. Hope you enjoyed the final as much as me and Bobby did. And of course, it's all eyes on the Three Lions and Denmark tomorrow. We'll have all the action then, and then the Sunday final from Wembley at 8 o'clock.
Alright guys, thanks for tuning in. Samir's Good Football here. Proudly watching this game in the first team here. Thanks to all those who have joined this channel as members. Big up to all the subscribers. Please make sure you subscribe that. And tune in tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another stream, and it's a big game, guys. It's going to be England versus Denmark. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for the big one. England versus Denmark. So see you guys. See you tomorrow.
Armex Football Commentary.
Hey! Come on! Come on! Good shot! Soldier!
Eight-time champion Roger Federer. Elsewhere and in cricket,
centre half. Alba, good ball through the middle of midfield, like threading it through a gap. Again, under pressure Spain though, and very intense bit of work that from Italy's midfield, because straight away they managed to create half a chance out of nothing just by quite simply turning up the heat defensively. Now putting Azpilicueta under pressure, the block comes in, his clearances turn the wrong way, and a second time of asking Garcia hooks it wide. That should be an Italian throw, and very effective that, Bobby. Just a simple run up, I think it was from actually Insigne that turned the tide back in Italy's favour, and all from that they've got a throw.
Yeah, I think we said it from the start, didn't we? Both sides like to enjoy possession, and it's good to see that both teams as well, without the ball, are looking to press. They're trying to win the ball high up the field. They're not just sitting back into a shape and allowing the opposition to settle into a rhythm and creep up the field. Both teams are getting forwards, trying to close down and force a mistake, and we've seen both sides give away possession because of that. I think it's one of the big advantages as neutrals of the semi-finals and final being played at Wembley, that we've seen some games in the competition across in Europe on the mainland of Europe where it's been really hot. Teams haven't been able to play at a high tempo throughout the pressing game, but at Wembley, could have been played in Budapest at one point. That was the talk, and feeling in 30-degree heat, not see this type of running. But at Wembley, there'll be lots of endeavour, lots of effort. They should be able to sustain it throughout.
Fingers crossed. Of course, it could be potentially a long night. It's riding on this game that could be decided by a mistake at the back of these two teams. The pressure, I'm sure, will get to them throughout the 90 minutes as Rafael gets the ball on the the left boot. See it inside here as Pedri switches the play towards Alba, who's got one man behind him. He's pinged the ball in early, and Bonucci rather carefully just places his foot through the ball and clears towards halfway. Busquets now in possession. Okay, wanted an advancing run, didn't get one. Spain keep the ball and just slowly but surely they're starting to win a bit more of this ball in near the halfway line and try and put Italy on the back foot. He does that. Spain keeping the ball. Well, now this front three of Spain's pretty much all false nines in a way. Can all mix it up a little bit. So for marking, it's quite important for Italy. I'm sure those two stalwarts at centre half won't be going walkabouts too often. Here's Torres down the left hand side with Pedri. Spain looking confident on the ball. They get to it though, and Chiesa and Barella come across. It's Barella that gets there first. He now manages to try and find a little bit of space to clear, but he's run straight back into trouble. He's having a nibble down the back of Torres' legs, and he's going to turn back towards halfway where Laporte with 15 yards inside the half. Busquets switching one way then the other. Still 0-0 between Italy and Spain. Here is Spain again. It's a heavy touch. Verratti pounces, so does Chiesa again, but luckily for Spain they get the ricochet and it goes the opposite direction. A couple of players in back play still struggling with injury for either side as again Spain get the ball back with Koke, switches it wide to Orizabal. He's got Olmo in the box. He goes to try and divert it across the face of goal towards Torres. Takes a wicked deflection and out of play, but now we've seen what Spain can do in close quarters. I think tactically, Bobby, it's a great watch. I know we get to see either keeper make a save, but I'm just enjoying watching two high quality teams go at it.
Yeah, it's the first time we've really seen either of the two teams have a sustained period of possession and some good pressure, and that came about because, having just said that neither team was sitting back and allowing the other to settle in, Italy went and did just that. They got back into a shape in their own half. They were looking to try and protect themselves, and I suppose it worked to a point because although Spain had some decent possession and did creep forwards, they never quite managed to get inside the opposition box. That challenge came in just when it was required to keep them at bay. So Italy maybe just for a moment now allowing Spain to grow into this game, but when they do see those opportunities, that they're still trying to force the mistake.
Yeah, so far so good for Spain in these last little moves. Paul was just giving us his thoughts. We'll give you an update on what we've seen so far once this attack comes to a close. We'll actually go back towards Garcia and centre half. Good goals between Italy and Spain, and the best chance of the game fell to Italy, but it wouldn't have mattered anyway. The offside flag denied Barea after a long bursting run through the middle of the park. He was picked up by Emerson, whose pass was well weighted, but it should have gone a little bit earlier. Barea managed to turn, keep his composure, for hook the ball towards the far corner. It hit the post, but the flag eventually came up to deny him. Spain have since dominated possession in the last 3 or 4 minutes. They've managed to get down the flanks, and the front three has been really fluid as they try to evade this Italian defence. But so far 0-0, but still an interesting match between the two sides.
Just seen an instant here that saw Dani Olmo lose his boot as he tried to ride a tackle. He did manage to get possession away to his teammate, and has just asked the referee now. The ball has gone out into touch to delay the restart momentarily as he puts his boot back on, and we are underway again with Italy taking the throw. Away possession immediately. Spain in there all white now start to creep on forwards. That's a lovely ball into the box, miscontrolled by Oyarzabal, and Italy will be able to play their way out through Emerson and Insigne. This ball sees it recovered by Spain and it back on the halfway line. That's the first time that Spain have really got to a meaningful area. I think Italy stepping out of defence and just gone that little bit too late and played Oyarzabal on side. The flag certainly didn't seem to go up. And now they're building again with Azpilicueta coming down the right-hand side. The Chelsea skipper, who's familiar with his surroundings at Wembley. He's been here on more than a few occasions. Drops it back into defence, this time with Barcelona-bound Eric Garcia turning on the ball, and now out right-hand side with Azpilicueta once again. Spain slow it down as they retreat to the halfway line.
Yeah, I just thought it was a good point you made about the poor touch, because I think that's what everyone's mentioned has been Spain's Achilles heel. If they had a number 9 that's got some real quality, to break off, because Bonucci has to do some defending, and it's going to be a goal kick, which is almost discussed. But if that touch is better from Oyarzabal, Bobby, he's one-on-one with the keeper. He's He's played in it. It was a great pass, wasn't it, through the middle of the park. Two great balls, in all fairness to them. They carved them open. He's onside as well. Emerson slows to get up. And that touch, take it out of your stride. It's a decent first touch if he can make it. And then you've got a chance to shoot past Donnarumma in goal. But that, for me, is perhaps suggesting why he's not a number 9, is he, by trade? He's more of a winger. And could potentially be the difference tonight. Yes, they've had lots of the ball. They've had it throughout the season. I was saying to you earlier before we came on air about they've dominated every underlying statistic all tournament in terms of whether it be possession, advances, all the attacking stats. Spain are well and truly clear. They let themselves down though when it comes to that the most important bit, which is some of our members of our office that don't like the stats would say that it's irrelevant unless they can put the ball in the back of the net, which over the course of the tournament they have struggled with. Italy, though, give the ball away. Now a chance for Spain to attack. Torres, beautiful touch, goes for goal right-footed. He's dragged it wide. But in terms of the close control of Ferran Torres, that was superb after a mistake in midfield from Barella. And eventually they managed to get away with it. But that's where Spain need to be punishing them for me, because they are going to be wasteful in front of goal, in front of the 6-yard box, sorry, the edge of the D. On the edge of the box. I'd like to think he should get it a little bit close. I'm not saying he has to score, Bobby, but he's not under immense amounts of pressure. He gets a full strike with it.
It's a poor shot, isn't it? He'd done really well initially. Great footwork from Torres, just sort of shuffled it from one foot to the other, bought himself that half yard, then he's got to pick his spot. And he just drills it low and hard and scuffs it wide of the goal, really. A lack of technique that was applied and composure when he gets into that position in the final third. But I think having felt the opening 5-6 minutes or so were quite even. Both sides had their little periods of possession and were creeping down the field without much end product. We've just seen maybe now the last sort of 8-9 minutes that it is Spain were really getting a grip of proceedings.
Yeah, they're coming forward again. They've managed to switch the ball wide. And Torres has been played into a bit of a poorer position. He wasn't played in front of him. He had to go sideways to retrieve it. Now there's a 1-2 with Alba. That's not bad. Alba's got the arms up in the air and a round of applause for his counterpart down the left-hand side, because he knew that pass was on. He's trying to go for it. He's trying to get his teammate into that area. Sadly for Spain, it wasn't to be, but we've just seen a couple of the replays from the TV providers, a few flicks from Dani Olmo. You can see they're growing into this game. Just as Bobby mentioned a few moments ago, just how determined they've been. 6-7 minutes it has been. Spain, certainly through the middle, in fact, I've been quite surprised with the amount of room they've got in there with a 4-3-3 from Italy. That has surprised me. Chiellini goes long. I can't remember the last time an Italy pass forward went towards Ciro Immobile, Bobby, and stuck to his feet.
No, they've just not been able to give him any service in this game so far, and you're rightly pointing out the midfield battle at the moment is being won by Spain, isn't it? I think it's down to the fact that they're playing that false line today. It means that one of the attackers is also dropping into that midfield. It's almost becoming a 4 at times, a bit of a diamond. Busquets at the bottom of it, Koke and Pedri then getting help from either Torres or Olmo that comes in to offer themselves up, so that they're getting that slight overload, and at the moment Italy just aren't managing to cope with it.
But still lots of time to go, and they had to show real fight against Belgium, did Roberto Mancini's team, as Berea has just managed to challenge with Busquets. I think was a card given for that challenge.
Looked as though the arm went up from the referee.
I was going to say, I think that was a bit of a dive, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd guess it was Busquets. I didn't actually see it shown to him. I just saw the referee put his arm up. Whether he was waving away appeals, I'm not too sure, but we'll get some confirmation of that.
Yeah, Busquets was the man that made the challenge, so we'll get confirmation as soon as possible. Spain have got a very high line here. If they try and dig the ball over the top, it's not the worst pass either, and off his line comes Simon. He had to be quick there, because that wasn't a bad ball into the box. Spain have tried to make it very difficult, which I think is great tactically. I know if the ball's in a different position later on in this game, Bobby, they can't do that high line, but it sort of takes out Chiellini and Bonucci's main threat, which is pure power. And now Spain on the attack again straight away. Italy do have a back four back in position though. A good block from Jorginho, but it only goes behind for a corner. And they're being, again, quite alarmed by the pace of this Spain attack. Ferran Torres, the man that has led the charge so far down the left wing for Spain. A lot of Spain midfielders are making their way over to a corner flag. Busquets, Azpilicueta, Garcia, Laporte, And it's the next one. It's Olmo that's in the box for Spain. This, in theory, is where you'd think Italy win the tail of the tape in terms of set piece. They've got the more experienced defenders, but what can Spain do here? Ball into the box. It's headed away by Bonucci. It's a good header as well. It's nearly going to make its way out for a throw on the far side of the pitch. Italy will block off Pedri's route down the line and make him go backwards, and that's better from Italy, forcing the ball backward. They had a three-pronged attack, cutting off the space. And I think what you mentioned earlier about the lack of ball retention. You mentioned it was struggling to stick up front, but if it is going to struggle to stick, then at least trying to force it the other way, and that's a bit more of what we saw in the first 5 minutes.
It is. You've got to at least put the pressure on and try to win it back, whether that's by actually making a tackle or forcing someone under a bit of unwanted pressure so they make a rash decision and give possession away cheaply. And stop this onslaught, as it were. There's not been those clear-cut chances just yet, but the longer that Spain go on with the ball, you feel that they might start to carve out some more openings that could become slightly more testing.
Yeah, Olmo has a good shirt on Verratti, who has a little nibble on the back of the ankle as well. You have to be careful here. The referee's actually pointing back to Olmo for where he gave away the original foul. The second one, I think, was actually worse than the first. Lost control of it, got a bit excited, just a simple pull on the shirt, but the second's a little bit more cynical, and he might have helped out Busquets because he was the man that actually body checked Verratti to the floor. So Italy get the free kick near halfway. Here is Chiellini, Emerson, the ball in towards Insigne. Now Emerson's on his way down the left hand side. The keeper's come off his line. Simple ball inside to Immobile. Can he square it? Italy are queuing up at the far post. Barella, still they can't pull the trigger, and they've been let down. The keeper has really committed himself earlier. Stunning from behind from Verratti. Spain will get the free kick, and well, I think you can hear Bobby's thoughts down the other side of the headset, because why on earth have they not moved that ball quicker? And first of all, well done Emerson to get where he got to.
Saying things that you beat Emerson in the foot race, he was very mistaken in that thought, and then it's good defensive work from Spain in the end. A real fine recovery, I think, to get their goalkeeper out of a real sticky situation. Mobley had his back to goal, and he couldn't really swivel one way or the other. Tried to lay it off into a teammate, and Barella, he couldn't get the clean shot away either. It was Busquets and Azpilicueta who were in close quarters with him, so great work to sort themselves out eventually, but that was again far too easy for Italy. Like we said in the opening few minutes, when they just mistimed that pass through to Barella and he was offside. This time they were onside. A swift 1-2 between Insigne and Emerson, and they were in behind and big spaces there to expose. We said earlier that Spain haven't conceded much in this competition just because they haven't played top opposition. They haven't come up against a side that can hurt them, and they just dominate possession. But